let's be honest, America loves an underdog story. It's loose! Before we talk, I just need to check. I got a suspicious feeling that in Atlanta, there are some Lubin fans here. Your first time on an international stage. You can hear the crowd support. Before I talk about your team, your opponents, how does this feel?
It feels amazing. It feels amazing. I don't know what to say. I'm just feeling very happy right now.
How do you handle the pressure at a young age in such a position? You've obviously been performing so incredibly well this entire tournament, and now you've got to do it where it really matters in a grand final. Do you think you can hold your nerves here?
Yeah, I don't think I feel any pressure. I think the energy just makes it better. And yeah, I'll just keep doing what I was doing the entire event. Yeah.
So it's an all-Brazilian final. W7m will be coming down in just a moment. They are, of course, an incredible team. Against them, do you consider yourselves the underdogs or not?
Yeah, of course. They went to all the finals in this year, so they deserve to be here. They are a team to be respected. And I know they're going to be, of course, the toughest opponent on the whole tournament. But, you know, I just feel like we don't have any pressure right here. So we're just going to play our game, have fun, and give them a really hard time.
You want to say anything to them?
You know, I know them, and since I was playing like from tier 2, they're scared to me. So I always play good against them. So it's better for them to focus on me because I'm going to destroy them probably.
Okay, good to hear, Lubin. Go and take your seat. Best of luck. One more ovation from the crowd here. Chances to do something never seen before in Siege are few and far between, and this team knows that. But they are dead set on tasting a trophy for the second time on the bounce. It's W7m! Before we do anything, Atlanta, I want you to join me with a huge ovation for this man because Felipox, happy birthday! I mean, what a way to celebrate a birthday, a grand final. KZ on his birthday managed to win the major last time out. Do you think that could be a little bit of a secret for success here?
Yeah, maybe. It's an honor to play another grand final in my birthday. It's an honor to play in front of a crowd like this. So yeah, I'm just grateful.
You are grateful, and I'm sure you're very grateful for the opportunity to do something that no team has ever done before in Siege, and you're in literally reaching distance of that trophy now. Back-to-back majors could potentially be on the horizon for you. That's a huge opportunity to create history here.
Yeah, that's our goal since starting the tournament. but we are going game by game, and today is not going to be different. We have a goal in mind to win this game, and then maybe we'll do history, back-to-back majors. Yeah.
Okay, now Los have been on an absolute rampage, surprising a lot of people. They've been regarded very much as the underdogs throughout this entire tournament. You cannot underestimate any team in the grand final, especially one that has been as successful as these guys have.
Yeah, they are doing a great tournament. They came from the LCQ, and they're like playing confidently, like with nothing to lose. So we can't underestimate them. Yeah, we're going with everything for them.
Philippot, go and take your seat. Best of luck in the grand final. What a birthday gift that would be. Now, before we get into this, Atlanta, I want to have a little bit of fun with you. Now, I've been told that everything's bigger in the USA, and I haven't heard you go really loud yet. And what better time to do it than right before the grand final? I'm only going to do this once, Atlanta. So are we ready to get loud? All right. Atlanta, the grand final of the R6 Major is here. Make some noise! That's what I'm talking about. Let's get into this best of 5 with Parker, Pengu, and Dev.
You might notice a familiar face joining us on the desk. And before we get into the matchup, I want to spend a moment talking about your journey as a caster, because this is your first grand final. So if you gave some applause for the teams, can you do the same for Dev Marta? It's an honor to have you here. We are experimenting over the course of this major, and we figured why not do a TriCast for the most important match of the day, which, by the way, is the show match.
Oh yeah, of course.
And the second most important match is right now.
I feel very privileged to be here. Thank you so much, Parker. Thank you so much, Nick, as well. What an awesome show it has been throughout all of Atlanta. We've been given some of the best matches of Rainbow Six that I have seen in years, and the American crowd has shown up for it as well. While we have 2 South American teams, 2 teams from Brazil in the grand final, this is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
I fully agree, and it's crazy to think that this is going to be an underdog story, because both teams are pretty new at this level of play. So while W7m, they have made finals before and they have won trophies, they came around the space just 2 years ago. They're still 2 young and inexperienced rosters in the grand final.
That's right, Los formed this roster just 18 months ago. They made their first stage to the major in Charlotte, where they made the main stage but fell short of a trophy. Now they're back. Now they've got Cameraman, one of the most experienced players in the game. He raised the trophy in Sweden with FaZe 2 years ago. But much more recently than that, did we see W7m in Copenhagen take their very first trophy, and they are looking like the best team in the world right now.
Oh, absolutely. It's 2 completely different stories, right? There's a fairy tale run from Los, a team that, Nick, you and I did most of the Brazil casting this year.
Yeah.
Los were downright bad. They lost W7m in one of their first matches against Ninjas in Pajamas, and all of us had written them off, but now they're here, and they're on this run only looking better and better as time goes on. They've got their first major test today, because if there's any team in the world that can stop them in their tracks, it's W7m, defending major champions in every single major final so far this year, and they are looking so formidable.
I don't disagree, but if you can take down FaZe to go into the grand finals, then you can also fight up against W7m to go even further and secure that trophy. So they got the warm-up, if you will, but you are correct, this is the real and the final test for Los.
With Los, this major has been fantastic. They've only dropped a single map to D+ in the very start of that Swiss phase. Since then, they 8-6'd NIP, as you said, who defeated them 0-7 in their first game of Stage 2. And of course, 2-0ing FaZe yesterday is a monumental move for that guy on the screen right now, Cameraman from Los. He used to play for that squad. He was the face of FaZe for such a long time. He was dropped. Controversially, he's found a new home here, and he's looking for another trophy.
Who was it that tweeted? It was one of the players from Koi, I think it was, that tweeted something yesterday about, oh, it's nice to see all these vets get a second shot at championships, a second shot at being relevant again. And honestly, it warms my heart a little bit to see Cameraman thriving in his role. Now, as we prepare ourselves for what could be our first of 5 maps, those of you at home are at odds with the crowd because W7m is the favorite. Can we get ourselves ready for the very first map of this grand final? It's a nice view as we went on forever. I don't know if you saw that.
Rainbow Six never ends.
No, it doesn't. And these matchups might never end. A best of 5 to set the scene with operator bands coming in. For those of you that were not following at home, Consulate, picked by Los, will be map number 1. Chalet up again next. That's W7m's pick. Bank by Los, which I know both of you have a few things to say about that map choice.
I don't know, I mean, it's a risky one, but the thing is, when you're in these best of 5s, you pretty much have to go to your opponents one of their best maps at least, because you only ban out one, then they get to pick the rest, and, well, the thing is, they took it.
4th map is going to be Bank, that's W7m's, or Kafe, that's W7m's pick. And if required, Skyscraper will be the 5th map. Since it is a best of 5, first team to prevail in 3 maps wins the whole thing. Operator bands almost completed on your screen. Is there anything that jumps out to either of you at this current moment?
There certainly is, Parker. There's something that will not be jumping into the building quickly, and that is this Amaru. We have seen Amaru be phenomenal on Consulate, one of the best maps to take advantage of her Gyro hook, not only to get in the building really quickly, to take some map control away, but also we've seen a lot of late game executes. You have the majority of your team pushing from the admin side on the top floor, for example. The Amaru comes on the CEO windows. Some beautiful multi-kills we've seen come as a result of that.
Yeah, it seemed to follow up the Solace, right? Intel is so important for both these 2 squads, so you would have to believe that in pretty much all of these 5 maps, one or the other will target ban the Solace. Los, they looked pretty lost when they played in second stage of Brazil just 2 months ago, but they find themselves all of a sudden looking like a phenomenal team, almost a world-class team individually. Players like Lopin, right? Stepping up, putting on a arguably record-breaking statistics and entries, for example, but also as a team, they don't even have that many clutches. They don't need it. Every single player always stepping up and always playing together. The trades are flowing, and that's how they got themselves to the grand finals.
And in my eyes, Los has been the underdog this entire tournament through. So many people have talked about the big hitters from Brazil, from W7m, from FaZe, from the big hitters from Europe and North America, but nobody gave credence for the little Los that could, that has struggled throughout stage 2 and yet fought tooth and nail for the respect that they deserve. And now Cameraman is leading this gang of very youthful players to what could be a trophy here on their map pick, Consulate. The attack has begun, and it is that of the Bulls, W7m.
I like that we're starting to use that term to describe them because obviously the logo is a bull for those that haven't really clued into that just yet, but they also use it in their branding and I think their hashtag as well.
Go
a cooked
Bulls.
nade, and you better savor that because it's not going to be around for that much longer. Tossed in, damage dealt to Cameraman. This very first execute now from W7m.
It really pays, very important, of course. An opening kill, the first from the entire grand finals. Gonna set the tone. I love that W7m bring out the nuke here, start things off, hide from camera, sneak around, go for a lurk play. But it's W7m playing with a lot of discipline right now, holding angles, waiting for aggression, because when those playing against FaZe yesterday, they were swinging in towards the attackers, shutting down those early entries, and always going for picks. And they've studied that, and they're ready for it.
And it will be the vertical nade play. As the guys on the desk have said already, thanks to that reveal, savor these vertical nades as they are not long for this world in Rainbow Six. We could see some of the last vertical nade kills in Rainbow Six Esports history here in this grand final. And it is very much the strategy that W7m look to opt here. 3 sets of nades as they look for control down below. Herds in an initial duel. He gets a bit of damage onto Maya on the other side, but a nade to follow through could be the killing blow. Instead, it's targeting the barbed wire, and no blood has been drawn! Hold that thought for a second, JV! Finds 2, the trade comes through, but Los at a disadvantage, and that gets furthered. Nade has found his, and it's go time for W7m.
Well, Los just got absolutely overrun in the first execute, and if W7m are going to make a statement to start this off, why not go in that way? Toxic gas tossed out now as Nade just waits patiently. They've got the smoke pinned down, reduced to just dots. W7m only losing one. A single kill in the final moments of that round, but the attackers prevail to start off Consulate.
There are so many big names to talk about, whether it's Maya, whether it's Lobin, whether it's Hertz, KC, or JV92, just flying into the map time and time again, and he's been given just a small portion, a small entry, but he makes such a phenomenal, a massive play off of that. 2 kills, but it's not just about the individual heroics of JV. The team was clearly ready. He said, guys, follow my lead. I'm about to do something crazy in a second, and you gotta be quick to follow up. Otherwise, this opportunity, it's lost forever. And it's how they found that first round for W7m.
I mean, there's so many tools at the disposal of W7m. The games where we've watched where maybe KZ or Herds has an off day, but guess what? Fellapox is always good on his rolls, and JV can absolutely dominate. I like the coordination there from W7m. You waste so much time on those Visa stairs. Get the rest of your players in line, get them into the bomb site, or at least close to it, and they can do the rest of the work. But then you've got the ability for Herds to absolutely take over a game, as we saw yesterday against G2, one of the finest performances he's ever put in. So if you're Los, what do you do to slow them down? Because any of them can pop off. Nade, after that first round, got 3 kills. And you didn't even think about saying his name all that much because we were so focused on JV92 and the rest of the team.
I actually asked JV the other day when I was sitting with the W7m guys for a brief moment. I said, who do you think is the best player on your team? And I was goading him into being like, oh yeah, it's me, JV, remember my name. No, he turns to me, dead serious, and he says, Nade. Nade is the best player on W7m. And he's also the least experienced player on this team as well. And yet, he is one of the most star upcoming fraggers, 20 years of age, and he has been so impressive since joining this roster. Big shoes to fill, losing Julio, one of the most experienced players in the game, and Lagonis as well. And, well, W7m, they have really delivered on the President's set with their performances earlier this year.
Yeah, it's all a team effort. That's always been their motto, the way to approach things. And when W7m first came to the international stage, they struggled with controlling their emotions. And as like you mentioned, when Julio came into the mix to teach them how to go about those things in the server, Julio left. They picked up better players, so to speak, and they're finding results now because they got the mechanical skill, they can control their emotions, and they faced themselves in grand finals before, but they get tricked here. The kite shuffle is successful.
Yeah, Lobin completely removing those Selmas, tossed out a Nitro Cell as well for good measure. That could have been an early kill for Los, but sometimes the utility work is arguably more important than those first initial kills, which Los is looking for right now with KZ suffering some damage down by yellow. JV a smoke to go out, or a flash rather. Lobin finding himself down, finished off by KZ. You'll pay for your crimes earlier in the round. The first advantage goes to W7m in this round.
Yeah, it was very ambitious and unnecessary overpeak for Lobin. W7m, they didn't have the main way into the bomb site that they would like with breaching that garage. Well, thanks to Lobin's efforts. However, if he keeps succeeding picks, W7m won't need that breach.
But that's the thing. This is what Los did yesterday against FaZe Clan, and it worked so well for them because they got those picks every single time. W7m, they are not FaZe Clan. They're holding those angles. They're very fundamental, and they don't have any gaps to abuse. So Los might struggle in the early stages of these defensive rounds.
JV92's got a read on Maya playing in this position. Maya has the intel now with the razor wire being hit upon, and Maya will decide to engage, rightfully so. Both players with the same machine in their hands, but Los are winning the duels. 30 seconds remain, and now it's Herds in the same spot where JV92 was buried. Took them in together before Nade walks down, but it's Dash and Dots to work together to give the second round to Los and tie us up.
Maya can always find an opening.
Tell you what, there's no doubt about where the crowd's allegiances lie. Most one. This team is not used to having the crowd on their side. They're not in Brazil. But W7m, they are very experienced when it comes to going into big matches with the crowd against them.
Yeah.
Very like FaZe. At Invitational this year, there was no doubt about where the crowd's favor lied. It was with G2. And the same can be said for Copenhagen when they played against Liquid.
I mean, JV92 came onto the stage and did the whole, we want to hear your boos. The crowd booed for them. I turn to somebody who's been on that same side of the crowd before, often playing the villain. Does it affect you at all in the match to know that the crowd is actively cheering for your downfall?
It affects some players, right? JV himself might not really mind the crowd being against him, but let's say maybe Nate does, for example, right? Different players deal with those emotions differently, but I will say the benefit for W7m is that they as a roster, they've always been rooted against by the crowd, so they should be used to this because of how many times it's happened before.
It's a bit disappointing that with the dominance that they've had, they have never been the favored son on this stage. I mean, I guess that just means you have to get to the SI finals in Brazil in February. Should make 4 grand finals in a row for W7m. Maybe they'd be the favorites then.
I do wonder if they find themselves up against one of the big favorite organizations in Brazil, like FaZe or Liquid, would the crowd actually be on their favor, even in Sao Paulo?
That's a great question. I mean, Liquid seems to be the most popular team in Brazil, so against them, I think given the history of Liquid, W7m might still be the villains. But hey, if they are right now just soaking it in, let them and see if they can maybe change some minds and change some hearts with good gameplay.
What's this from Loban? He's just holding this angle. The Dokkaebi launching bomb reveals his position, and Hertz backs it up with mechanics. The first pick goes in the way of W7m for the 3rd round in a row, but Dash looks for one back, and he gets it. On the retreat now, this Valkyrie can fall back all the way towards that bomb site. KZ left floundering.
The support there, the trading, and Lowe's, they're active on the map, yeah, but they're not playing individually. The trades coming through, the 2 install operators, the Pulse and Valkyrie working together. They lose 1c4, but the other one stays upright, because it'll be used later in this round. The thing is though, Dokkaebi, JV can hack that phone, grant that valuable intel, shut down the Valkyrie cameras now. So I will say, the 1-phone trade favors W7m on the attack.
The little HP that KZ lost is easily fixed with an Adrenal Surge, and I mean, as he's the Finka, he controls when it comes out. Nade holding on to that diffuser. Very patiently. 2nd floor control. Still not for W7m, but they've got a good read on it. Oh my goodness. Cameraman picks up a 2nd kill before being traded back. Nade, 6-1. An absolutely incredible performance so far through 3 rounds for a player who, as we pointed out, often flies under the radar of this squad.
Indeed he does. And he's in a great position with Felipox to continue dominating this top floor. Dots and Dash. Quite a duo. They must clutch up against 3 players from W7m, and with the bomb site being on the ground floor, they're wondering, can they retake above? There's plenty of time still for W7m.
Well, moments now. Got 1 Nitro Cell in pocket for Dots, another for Dash. Down below, your hope at this point is to completely shut down Nade's plant, but first Nitro Cell goes and it completely misses. Nade now positioned with 15 seconds left. Time for that diffuser to get planted. Dots creeping up. Is there coverage? Gives his position away inside Piano. A successful plan for W7m. Nice shot from Dots. JV92 is no more. Dash a single bullet away. Nade doing everything himself at this point. 3 kills and the objective. He's got Felipox for backup. Nitro Cell goes out, damage being done to Dots, reduced to a single point of HP.
Eyes on the diffuser. Attackers
Not a lot of time left for him to hop on the diffuser. He can't really long arm it without being exposed. He's going to attempt it. Felipox does the job instead of Nade, and W7m win their 2nd round.
Who said you can't get kills on hard support? Nate is doing it all. Basically 2nd entry at this point. And again, it's those very small advantages that W7m, that's all they need. They can build upon that. No mistakes were made in that round. Yeah, they got traded back, but besides that, from that 4 versus 4 and forward, they get the side control, they hack the cameras, they juke the C4 from downstairs, and David did look the wrong way, got shot from Piano, but the post-plan 2v1 still heavily favored them.
It feels like W7m have a really good read on how Los want to play this. Los, they've got ants in their pants. They keep making unnecessary moves.
Yep.
In that round just past, it was Nade holding a very passive angle inside of admin to find the initial advantage for W7m, which is this kill right here.
Yep.
And Los, as soon as a pick goes one direction, they continue fighting back for it. And W7m are simply engaging the refrags. They're always diligent, making sure that if there is a little bit of aggression and it catches off guard once, that's fine. We'll just get it back and maintain that numbers advantage.
What's the troubling sign for Los, given that this is their map, Nick?
It is, but you have to expect that.
No. I said What is a troubling sign?
Oh, what is a troubling sign?
See, I was very specific with my
sorry,
words.
I thought you were being like, that is because
what is...
troubling sign is that they're approaching this game the same way as up against FaZe,
Okay,
right?
understood.
But they're playing against a different team this time around. I'm sorry. So,
Are you okay? Like, do I need to get a marriage counselor or something in here?
oh man, it's only
That's why I think we brought you on.
Oh, okay. I am the I'm the mediator. I see how it is.
No, if you're gonna approach this game like you're playing up against FaZe Clan like you did yesterday, you're not gonna find a successful result because this is an entirely different team. The play styles, how they approach things. W7m like to counter strat. If they see you play aggressive yesterday, they're gonna approach this in a very passive manner and feel you out. And Lowe's actually need to adapt off their game plan right now and show us they can do something differently. And I think Loping picking up the clash might be the first sign that, hey, they too feel like something's going wrong. Let's try and play this passive backline, play off the active intel. That can't really go wrong because clearing out the clash is very difficult.
I mean, it's a worrying sign when your best player is now reduced to a clash, right? It's similar to, I don't know, Kino playing Monty.
Not again, man. It's
I had to. I was talking to him backstage before the show match segment. I'm sorry,
Well,
Kino.
To answer the question that you posed earlier, Parker, what is
Thank
the
you.
troubling sign on Los's map pick? The fact that W7m have already won 2 attacks, and this is one of the most defender-sided maps in the game. Consulate's the most played map in Atlanta, and it's 63% defensive favored. Los can't afford to lose another round here.
Well, they're getting a good start with the pick onto KZ, and that's Cameraman leading the way. Right now, 3 players holding up at desk. They can cover that console office. They can cover long desk. They can cover yellow. Felipox down below in on the hunt, but all of these kill holes will work in his favor and against him at the same time. Just past the halfway point right now. Los have expended some of their post-plant utility to keep W7m at bay.
And the thing is, Los just gotta play around Lopen. They got the clash in, but they're just wrapping the window inside.
Herds has actually repelled straight on in, and Nade as well. So multiple players from W7m in good positions. Nade left unaccounted for. There's no way this air jab works. Back on their feet swiftly are Los, but they hold their ground. Nade taken out, Diffuser cold on the ground in the bomb site as JV finds something back, and from below it looks like Felipox might be able to bring it in. Maya can't stand up to the might of the Bulls. Oh, JV. My, does he want to hear you? In Atlanta, there's no doubt where the crowd's favor lies, but JV will have none of it.
Hold on a second here. You were just gifted a golden opportunity to boo him and you cheered for him. No, boo.
You can't do that.
Boo.
It's a very unusual cultural thing to boo teams that you don't like, at least to me as an Australian. But when I went to the NBA the other day, it's extremely common.
So, first event that I casted was in Brazil, in Sao Paulo.
Oh yeah, how was that?
And, Nick probably had a very different experience from than I did.
Yeah.
But the Brazilian crowd was booing the teams playing against Brazil.
Yep.
And it got to a point that Meligeni had to come on and be like, guys, be respectful. Like, don't boo the teams. But I'm like,
Let him have
boo
it.
them.
Let him have it.
That's sick. There's a reason why you're the hometown crowd. Boo the enemies. That's the whole point of this.
The thing is, while they might not like a certain team or support the underdog in this scenario, you cannot deny when a team is playing a phenomenal round of Rainbow Six Siege. And that previous round was phenomenal from W7m. It looked like they didn't really know what to do. Up against the clash, didn't have any clear ways to kind of pick apart the bomb side, but a simple rappel on in, with aggression, with confidence, pick up those skills, and again, the 3-2-1, let's go, was all they needed. So when a team plays such an excellent round, you can't boo at them.
No, yes, you can.
No, you cannot. Not in my book.
We'll have to pick this up a bit
Don't
later.
worry. You never have to worry about them booing you again.
Oh, wait. If Bolo can keep coming back on that stage, I too can find a way.
That's true.
Don't give us hope, Nick.
I'm sorry.
Talked about it in the previous round. Very defender-sided map. W7m can now not lose the worst half for them.
Yeah.
Right? At this point, 3 rounds of 6. That's great.
Yeah. Really phenomenal for W7m so far. It feels doubtless that they've already won this first half of their opponent's map pick, which sets them up greatly. And Los, even more than ever, need to make a comeback here. They can't afford to lose a single more round. Otherwise, I think this map rather, is done. And we'll move on to Chalet, which is W7m's map pick.
Yeah, and not just the map count, but the mental game as well, because things are falling apart for Los.
Yeah, I mean, that roam from Loben, 1 in 5 for the player. hyped up so heavily on this desk earlier before we got into the match. He's been one of the best players at this entire event, and he's ice cold at the moment.
1 and 5.
Maybe
Not
a victim of
the inches
deep
that he
freeze.
wants.
God.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the thing for me is that W7m keep getting into this map really early on. Herds has been the perfect epitome of that for his team. Always right on early. There's no denial, no entry denial, no information for Lowe's. And instead of playing cautiously, expecting that a player could be around any corner, they think that the whole map is their real estate. Now Herds has actually got himself right on inside to Piano, and he's so close to that bomb site, he knows a player is in the corner of the room, just ahead, and he needs to win this fight, but Dash gets the better of him. KZ for the trade. And Los may be able to stay alive here, but not if they continue to fall like that.
This is the hallmark of a great team. It's not whether you get the pick, but if you can trade it back right away. They've been doing this in every single matchup since the quarterfinals. Somebody on W7m dies, but it's all good because there's somebody immediately there to kill the next player in line. Nicely tossed C4 earlier, drops nade, but now Cameraman will be ended by Felipox. W7m just plowing their way through this match. They're up 4-1.
And it's not just about the trades, it's about how quickly they can change to their environment. For W7m, they get the kill. What do? They don't go rush for the plant net 4 versus 2. They say, guys, let's send 2 players down, 1 staircase each, figure out where those last 2 defenders are lurking downstairs, shut down those C4s, and then hit the side. They understand the objective play in front of them. They understand when to go for it and when to change things around. And not just on Consulate, not just on Bank. W7m, they have a very wide map pool, which of course heavily favors them in best of 3s and best of 5s.
A real display of excellence from W7m so far. They've come into this grand final with the utmost confidence. They know they're playing against Lowe's, who they have bested time and time again. If you look throughout history, W7m, 2-0 Lowe's in Brazil, stage 1, 7 months ago. Last year, every single time these teams played, W7m took a very comfortable win. This Lowe's roster has never beaten the Bulls.
It's a worrying sign.
I will say, this Lowe's roster hadn't really beaten much getting to this point. Right? That's why we've been talking about how significant this run Lowe's has been on it. It's because this is a fairy tale team at the moment. You know, dropping only a single map all the way to the grand finals was something that none of us thought. They asked for our predictions on like the first day of phase 2. They said, which team is going to go out 0-3? I didn't even think, I just said Los. Well, now I got the numbers switched around. It happens. But this has been a team that has consistently beat expectations. So if there was ever a time and ever a moment for you to seize that moment that you are in, it's now. And Los can easily break that streak. Well, maybe not easily, not with what we're seeing right now on console.
Well, the other thing is that this Lowe's roster is full of inexperienced players. KZ on this entry. Oh, he almost finds the angle, but thankfully Cameraman slips away in the nick of time. Loban looks for the re-peek. He finally breaks this display. Dying early, time and time again, he gets the first pick in this round, but Herds is swiftly in the building on this Jackal. He's got quite a bit of information, trying to figure out where these footsteps may lead. He spots out the Valkyrie. Dash just in the next hallway ahead of him.
Oh!
And once again, an opportunity goes missing for W7m.
Well, he saw that there was somebody significantly closer with those red footprints, and then also assessing there's somebody who's been here maybe a bit longer ago, try to flush out the player who'd been nearby. They opt to go for someone who might be on site. They gain intel that they didn't think they had, and now they are in hot pursuit. Look at how quickly Herds is in! He finds one, a second to follow up, smoked by Dash.
And now for W7m fighting from a numbers disadvantage, it goes from bad to worse. But JV is already deep inside as well. Los have the numbers advantage, but they cannot afford to give 1v1s away. We know how good JV and Nade can be, and they will not give up, even in a numbers deficit. Maya takes a very aggressive angle, surely not to overpeak here. He gets punished, and a bad read from Los makes this very winnable for W7m.
But why? Why go for that swing? You got the 4 versus 2. Do what Dash do right now. Sit tight, play off those yellow pings, play with the intel, and then make a play.
Now they've got more intel on the Valkyrie.
Oh.
Loban punishing Nade, and he gets them both. Loban is finally spawned in. The tides might be turning. But that's your final attempt at defense. Los will go to the more challenging side in a deficit.
For Loban and 3 other of his teammates, this is their first time on a grand final stage. The first time they have ever played a match with this much on the line. I can't blame them for it taking a little while for them to warm up, but Loban, there's no doubt about it, he's back.
He's back for now. But the thing is, now the sides change. You can defend, you can sit around, wait for the enemies to come to you, but this early beginning almost looked like it was planned out from Los. Running around, you know, getting chased, etc. But I don't think it truly was, because a bit of a lucky timing meant that both Dash and Cameraman survived those earlier confrontations. And it came down to a quick drone work from W7m, getting KC, getting Nade inside the building, down those staircases, and then finding those picks. But that base and bomb site, so hard to break apart, and it's no wonder that both teams want to go there.
This would be the first time that an inexperienced team struggled to find their footing early, right? All the way back in the very first quarterfinal. GK versus W7m. GK looked like a shell of themselves. They didn't look like the world beaters that we'd seen throughout the entirety of the event up to that point. They desperately needed to get a round win. They got it, and then they started playing like a totally different team. If Los are following that similar trajectory, they're already beating them in terms of rounds 1 at this point. But if Loban can get comfortable and settle into the match, that might be enough to tighten up some of these rounds. And even though they are on the worst side, that could seriously help Los' chances.
Yeah, and I will say, the fact that Los have not called their technical timeout yet, I think the coach feels like they got it under control. They will settle into this round by round, slowly but surely. And the great thing about the best of 5 is you can lose a map. You can lose a second map in theory, because a comeback is always possible. It's going to be a long series.
We've had a number of maps go all the way in these major best of 5s. Not obviously including Copenhagen, that was a drubbing. W7m said, we want to get to the after party. And Team Liquid said, well, we can't do anything to stop it. So, and that was it.
Liquid, talk about a team that struggles in grand finals, oh my. Hard being a Liquid fan. Pretty easy being a W7m fan these days. But Los, I think they've gained a whole lot of new fans. KZ goes out! Straight into the Claymore. And very much the story of the first half of Los being too aggressive on defense seems to continue here. W7m aggressive, and they early lose a player, but Hurts takes down Cameraman. Upstairs, no information, and Los are now a player in deficit.
The calling card of Rainbow Six Ranked is why are you there? And, well, a shotgun being up on the top floor is something you might not expect. But suddenly, look who it is! Loban with 2 picks to set us up to 2v2.
What?
Nade drops. Herds will need to clutch it. It's him versus Loban. You gotta be shitting me again. How does Herds do this time and time again?
Loban's good, but Hurts this tournament might just be a little bit better, at least in that 1 versus 1.
Damn.
Through the wall?
Yeah, Herds is in peak form today. He's one of the best players to come from the Brazilian region, but often outshone by the star-studded roster that he sits on. KZ was renowned to be the best player from Brazil for quite a while, and now Nade has really joined that with JV as well. I did notice something in the chat posted by
He's working Google Translate.
I'm trying to Google Translate it.
There's a lot going. Yeah,
It was I don't know how to say it. So Uma put 2. I'm 1 for you. I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
Any Brazilians in the crowd?
Be very careful as to what you say out loud, by the way, because you don't know.
Well, if he's saying it in the chat, I sure hope it's broadcast appropriate.
I mean, it must be related to that 1 versus 1, but look at this. I mean,
So foul.
yeah.
When Herds is on, there's almost nobody on the planet who can slow him down.
Attackers objective
Yesterday's
to locate a
rampage
bomb.
over G2 was an appetizer. He saved the main course for Los today, but Herds is being carried at the moment by Nade. The whole team is.
I mean, if you had to describe W7m what they can do to the opponent roster, is that they kind of make other teams look so much weaker than they actually are. When W7m played G2 yesterday, I mean, we're all saying G2 are clutching left and right, they're a World Championship like level team right now, and then W7m, they just run them over. They make them look bad in the server. Los, they pretty much destroy FaZe Clan yesterday. What's happening now? W7m, again, pretty much running over Los. the skill difference between this one team in W7m and the rest of the world of Siege is just so big.
Yeah, I mean, we fall into a trap where we consistently say what you just said, you know, like, oh, they're having a bad day. How many teams have bad days against W7m?
Exactly.
And how many times do we have to see this happen before we can start giving credit where credit is due? W7m makes good teams look very average. That's it. And that's because of how strong W7m are.
It's the nature of how they play. It's the nature of how they get into their team's heads. Their oppositions start quaking in their boots. Like we've said, inexperience for 4 of these 5 Lowe's players, never playing in a grand final, having very limited experience on the main stage. But they are slow and steady here on this attack. Not falling victim to the Capcan traps, but indeed, Cameraman, the first to die. A C4 tossed headlong by Felipox will open this equation for W7m. Oh, what a shot from Dots! How do you land that? Herds is sat back down.
It's impressive. But the worst is yet to come. They gotta clear out JV on the shield position. They lost Cameron, but they're finding kill after kill.
They lost KZ, Felipox trades dash right back, and now JV just needs to pop up. Struggles on the spray transfer. It's Nade to clutch it a 1v2. He's been phenomenal so far. Well, stare down flashes, stare down 2 frags from Loben. 2 adrenal surges still left. And with a minute to go, hard destruction from the Hibana can make wherever you sit a little bit less safe. Nade pulled out from Loben. Safe position right now for the Mute. Dots attempting the plant. Loben will need to cover. Nade reads into this correctly, looks one way. They see him, they assess the situation. There goes a Nitro. Goes off a little bit too early. Now both will hunt, and it's Dots to get the kill. Lowe's preventing match point. That's their 3rd round and first on attack.
That was so well played by Dots on the other side. He knew he did not have to plant. He knew that the win condition was trading his teammate. He wanted to threaten a plant position, but if he dies to a long-range C4, that round is over. He fakes it. He goes, tosses a flashbang. And with Loben supporting, no more frags left after clearing inside of the little cubby position. He had to make sure he didn't give up a 1 versus 1.
Yeah.
And that is so impressive from Lowe's. You cannot let isolated ones go by in a 2v1.
Yeah, I think those scenarios that look so simple on paper, like what you should be doing, but there are so many ways to break that down. Do you try and bait out your planter, and then he dies, but you trade him? Do you go for the swing 2 versus 1? Do you just go for a safe cover? And also, you know, to add information to this, they didn't know for sure whether Nade had a C4 in pocket or not. You can assume that he does and play around it because it could be a way that you fall on the plant to cover, but you don't know until you hear that C4 rip. And if you overstep your boundary, you're gonna be too far forward and you'll be taken out with that C4. So that middle line played well by Lowe's, and JV playing on the shield earlier upstairs in the long hallway might have talked that shield position for a bit too long, hoping for multiple kills, but could only find 1 single in that round.
You know what the big lesson I've learned from that round, Nick, is that Lowe's are not scared. They are not shaking.
They're not.
We saw in the first couple of rounds, a little bit of a bad read against W7m, but they're fired up now. They will not give away advantages. If they're in a 2v1, they're calm enough to deal with that. And now, W7m have gone with an off-bomb site. They've gone down in press, I believe, is where we're going. Oh no, it's the Archives bomb site. And as a result, Lowe's have thought, okay, let's go and pick this Montaigne. Let's try and have a direct avenue that there's nothing W7m could do to stop.
Big fan. I mean, if you bring the clash and defense...
That's...
I mean, they got a 3rd... with a kite claw. So 2nd EMP has to go out now from Dots. 3rd summer from Loben. They spent way too much utility for a single wall. It's not a good look, but they can fix this mistake.
Well, it's not dire, but time and time again, teams run afoul of proper hard breach, and your Monty can't walk in, can't assert themselves the way that you need the operator to do so, and eventually you'll get the Montaigne in, but ultimately at what cost?
It's gonna slow them down quite a bit, and I mean, they're still kind of figuring out, okay, what do we do here?
Oh, this is cheeky. Is this gonna work? Do we reckon this is gonna work?
Should break the middle portion on the right side.
There we go. Cheers from the crowd.
I have never heard a crowd cheer harder for some wall to be destroyed than that.
That is the nerdiest, most Rainbow Six kind of cheer I've ever heard, and I absolutely adore it. Now Dots moves on forward. He baits out this Fenrir Dread Mine, and as a result, that is 1 charge gone from Hertz.
The vertical play, though, the Oryx, we gotta keep our eyes on it. If Monty gets too close to the B-bomb site like he is right now, if KC either runs down to use that gadget, knock him on his butt, or you're gonna stay in the vertical play and shut down Visa instead.
KZ really is the question mark on this round.
So far, though.
I have information, Deb.
Down. Dash.
KZ losing his head. Teams trading back and forth. 2 from Dash. The Monty is still upright as well, though Dots has suffered for it. Cameraman upside down, attempting to put greater focus on this bottom floor bomb site. Has Dash spotted that defender? As he walks up with Dots, who could attempt to plant. There it goes, smoke, revealing Dash's position. Dots will be able to get away with this. There's nobody able to stop him. And suddenly Los in excellent position. A drop from JV92 slaughtered. Dots and Dash have a hell of a round. It's 2 in a row for Los.
I saw some people on Twitter yesterday, some pro players from a certain region saying, why would you ever play the FAMAS on Twitch? The DMR is way better, man. I don't know about that. You tell that to LOs. 4 kills with the F2. Made it look so easy. Shut down KC in the vert, dropped the hatch, conquered the bomb site. Dots and Dash, the Monty and Twitch, quite literally in a 2v5 in that round. That was all they needed.
I'm amazed at how clean and simple the game plan was from Los. And yes, there were a few things that impeded their path, like the Kai juggling on the wall, like the misshapen ace breach, but didn't take too long to deal with it. 45 seconds for an execute. Dash covering exceptionally well with this very nerfed F2. And the Monty of Dots to engage a plant spot and cover himself with the pistol. It doesn't get much better than that for Los.
I figured out why that happened. It was the pentaskin on the F2.
Oh, shut up.
So I just want to point out that that skin did not come out while I was on the roster. We were G2 at that point in time, but it's still the legacy that carries, that power. You channel it. You're a rookie in the grand finals. You're inexperienced.
This is a good
What
time
are you
for the
guys
crowd to
talking
boo.
We can boo.
I see you guys doing some
Talking
stuff.
about Penta, boo. We don't care.
Guy wins 2 world championships and thinks he can flex about
Dude
it.
thinks he's on the team.
He thinks he's all that.
All right, let's stop. Yesterday I was at a fan signing session, Parker. You weren't there, but there were so many stories about the good old days of Penta and a certain final, all those things. The fans care.
Okay, let's get you back to bed, Grandpa.
All right.
More Loban chance than Los chance so far, and attempting to imbue him with power.
It's impressive how they picked up one specific player with that much love. I mean, sure, the stats back it up, but still, he is Los at this point.
I did ask cameraman, who do you think is the biggest smack talker on the team? And there was no question, it was Loban. He loves to dish it out, but Herds has shut him down very early on in the rounds.
This is another day of the office for him. He's been making these shots all weekend, so it shouldn't surprise anybody. Picking off Loban of all players too. Not much to cheer for the crowd.
Yeah, it's your finger. One set of grenades, and again, this pressure point of top Visa stairs. You gotta break this stronghold. You got C4s to deal with. You got the portable shield to deal with. And this time, it's a 5 versus 2 favoring the defensive side. It's gonna be even more difficult this time, because previously, it was Hertz dying early. This time, it's Hertz getting that kill.
There go the flashes being gobbled up by the magnets, and now a nade goes in. Takes out the shield, and now JV92 will have to play all on his own. Herds walking up to assist, looking the wrong way and punished by Maya for that.
This is a lot of excellent early, or mid-round, I would say, progress from Los. They've dislodged the position of JV, who now looks to retreat. A smart move, considering he likely would have lost his life. Now W7m can fall back to the next set of power positions. And Nate is waiting, primed with the C4, for any player to look to get into a plant spot.
The only downside, if that C4 goes out, they have nowhere to shut down the plant from below or later in this round. So if Nate goes for this, it might have some consequences. Thankfully though, Philippox, 3 smoke, Babes still in pocket.
Final 30 seconds, C4 is good. All entry points from Los guarded at the moment as Dots and cameraman are left alive to sort this out themselves. A 1v4 favoring W7m, looking to move to match point. Dots engaging with keys, a relatively easy kill, but so much more to be done and a monumental task That will not be accomplished. Match point for W7M.
And a map point that seems to have snuck up on us. This is the benefit of W7m having such a quick and dominant first half. 4 rounds of attack on Consulate nearly always will set you up for success moving into your defense. And while it did take W7m a little time to get to that match point, they found it. And from here, the pressure is really on Los.
I'm surprised they're calling a tactical timeout now. I mean, I guess it's now or never, right? You're down 4-6 on match point.
You want them to call it when the game is over?
No, I wanted them to do it a round or 2 ago, but as I said earlier, I feel like it must have felt for Los that things were under control until they really were not. They are here right now, because now they gotta either pull out some crazy strats or counterplay, or in this case, I think it's very losing the ball. That's nice. I think the coach has spotted some weaknesses here, mentality-wise maybe, settling nerves. Also talking about, guys, even if we're to lose this first map, this is a long series, because when you haven't done a best of 5 before, you have to allocate your energy accordingly for potential 5 maps.
I pose a question to you, because you were in this match.
Okay.
When we talk about that SI final in 2019, with Empire throwing everything they could at you to win Coastline, had they lost Coastline significantly, let's see, if they'd lost it sooner.
Okay.
And instead of playing 20 plus rounds, they'd lost it in only the 2nd or 3rd round of overtime. The conventional wisdom seems to suggest they would have had more energy for the matches after that.
Yeah.
Same thing could apply to Los here. There gets to be a point where you have to play all 5 maps.
Yeah.
It's a game of endurance. And even though it's your map and it's potentially heartbreaking, I have heard teams say, you know, we know that it's not a great map for us, even though it is our map. We just need to go next, and we need to focus on that because we've already lost this one. There's no point in putting any extra energy in. And I wonder if Los is in a similar position, and that could be why maybe they called that timeout so late.
Yeah, I mean, it's a skill. It's the same when, let's say you play domestically, you play only best of 1s for a full month. You get to a best of 3. You now need to understand how to preserve yourself for a best of 3 scenario. That losing a couple of rounds, losing a map isn't the end of the world. That mentally you have to stay in it, and it comes down to you play a round by round game of Rainbow Six Siege. Right now for Los and W7m, it should be 0-0 still in their heads, and just playing it out as it had just begun.
And I'm not too concerned for Los if they lose on Consulate, despite it being their map pick. They are a very good team on Chalet, which is what W7m picked next up. Of course, you can't think about the next map. This is far from over.
Exactly.
And Los, 2 rounds in a row to push OT on the back of a tactical timeout. Far from impossible, but they will need to start by getting this breach open.
That's
and they've
beautiful.
spotted, both of the electric claws have been spotted. And so they will swiftly EMP. I think they actually missed the second one, unfortunately. They did see it earlier.
They didn't want the electric claw in the second, they wanted the mute jammer.
I was gonna say,
They got the mute jammer.
There you
But
go.
this is the problem now. Because you only have secondary MPs and Thatcher's banned, you get a single look-through hole. You can't vault through it, you can't crouch through it, you can't walk through it. So it's a pressure point for the attackers to look into the bomb site, but they can't actually into the building. So either they're forced to do vertical destruction piano, destroy the mute jammer, find the kite claws, etc., then get Hibana and Loben tortured over with 6 pellets in pocket, or go for a backside execute and walk down a staircase and go for kills.
KZ has not had a very good map so far. He cannot outduel Loben with the Nitro Cell, but turns, eliminating Dash and looking for a follow-up. KZ dies to dots, good coordination from Los to get in the building and clear out the roaming Mira above the bomb site.
The scary part about that for Los is that was too separated. KZ shouldn't be allowed to get even the first pick without an immediate response. It took a few seconds, and that meant that it was another 1 versus 1. That's how you lose numbers advantages.
Exactly that. It comes down to literally 1 second. If you're 1 second too slow or 1 second too fast, it can make the difference between getting a kill or being the one getting killed instead. And now it's a bit of a guessing and reading game. No intel on both sides. They're feeling out the presence here.
Hold on a second. What is Herds potentially about to pull off as Loben goes hunting for more, almost gets nade through the soft wall. Down in servers. Nade hiding for the moment. JV92 to punish Maya. Herd still unaware of this push going on. He could flank on over. Nade taken out by more than 1 player. Herds is there, the flank coming out. Cameraman to save this round, but Herds seals the map. Consulate stolen by W7m.
Comes down to the tag inside, you said it, Dev. If you only win 1 or 2 attacking rounds, or sorry, defending rounds, should I say, starting on Consulate, you will fall apart on the attacking side. It's too big of a task, especially up against a team like W7m.
Well, I don't think that was the start that Los wanted, and frankly, I didn't really know what to expect with this matchup. But we got some smart people to talk about it. One smart man in particular. We'll throw it to Jesse with the breakdown.
Thank you very much, Parker. Yes, we're here at the breakdown, and Pengu was absolutely correct when he said that it's the attacks coming through from this first half of W7m that really won them this game. Now, I want to highlight one attack in particular where we saw both teamwork, coordination working out for them on the push, as well as some great utility play. The main person I want you to watch is Nade. He's holding the defuse kit, and he's also playing, as you can tell, the Zero. He's got these SAM cams, and he's about to use these absolutely perfectly to execute onto this bomb site. So let's clear the screen and watch exactly how he does this. Now, you can use these SAM cams in your ranked game to try to get some information. First, the drone goes in, make sure there's nobody too close, which are going to cause him some problems. Second, the first SAM cam comes out and it clears any utility on the window. Here, there was just one goo mine. And third is the big pick. Here comes the final SAM cam, which is going to get information into the building. And what does he spot? Oh boy, yes he does. That is the barrel of the TCSG. He spots the one thing that he wanted to see, a Kaid being played by cameraman on the top floor, which he's got 2 players below who can actually deal with this. He's got KZ below on the Buck, and he's got Phillypox below on the Gridlock. Now, Phillypox is out of grenades, so he can only fire back with his gun, but the Skeleton Key has plenty of rounds left in the barrel, so they've got a great opportunity to get this vertical pick. Unfortunately, despite the good setup, Cameraman's kind of a good player, and he does actually win the gunfight onto KZ despite the information advantage for Los. Now, after a little while, they are going to stall out a bit trying to deal with Cameraman here inside the bomb site, but if we skip forward a little bit throughout this clip, you'll see he jumps on in. And the reason why he jumps on in is because the man disadvantage is actually not a disadvantage for W7m. They've put KZ, who's just died from below, onto the SAM cam so that he can watch that angle. That enables Nade to vault on in and help out his teammate trying to fight Cameraman inside the bomb site. Let's clear this, watch it go forward a little bit longer, and as you'll see, they're going to keep on pushing forward. They see him re-enter the bomb site, and take a look as we see the swing coming forward in just a sec from Nade, where everybody is on W7m. We can draw a line across the top of this map, and you can't see it at the end, but all 4 players left on Los are actually north of this line, completely isolating Cameraman, who's put himself into a 2v1. Phillypox distracting from below, and Nade coming through horizontally to find the pick. We'll watch this play out, and it goes beautifully. With that information advantage, Nade gets that frag. Excellently done. Now, unfortunately, the next step from Nade to be able to push through this bomb site is he wants to focus these players north. He knows there's 2 players up here who are causing some problems on the yellow stairs, so he says, I'm going to try to help these guys out. He does his best, but they push forward a little bit too deep for him to find the angle, and he ends up dying to Maya, who is a great swing to come on through from the other bomb site and find the pick. Again, man disadvantage lost for W7m. What do? Well, you can see the bottom floor is actually even worse, or sorry, the top floor is actually even worse than it seems, because on the top floor, it's a 2v4. Take a look at these angles, though. They've got herds on the yellow stairs, being the main distraction, the brunt of this push. They've also got bathroom window coming through. JV92 on the bathroom window can both find the pick onto Dash, who's going to get that pick facing southwards, and then pinch the Clash. The one person who's the problem is the smoke, but the room that the smoke's about to walk into has been completely obliterated. The entirety of the floorboards blown on out. So the player from below can isolate this, and as they get these picks, bing, bang, boom, you will see this 4v3 turn into a 1v3, and it's expertly done by W7m. They clean those players up. Maya ends up going down. W7m win the round. I thought this was a great example, both of the utility play and the teamwork W7m bring to this match. Big reason why they won here on Consulate. Now, we've got 3 very smart people on the desk to break down the rest of this game. Let's go over to them and see what they have to say.
Aw, thanks, Jesse, your big brain. But okay, crowd, y'all like that map? Okay, here's a real question. Can we hear it for W7m? Oh, that was more positive than I was expecting. They were getting some boos earlier, but to be honest, W7m playing so well. And Jesse did a deep dive there. Nade popping off. I don't even know where to begin, Laxing.
No, Jesse always does a really good job at illustrating those rounds, how teams move around the map, how they use their utility. I mean, Jesse is a savant on the television.
The one thing he did highlight, he was highlighting the 2v1s that W7m are trying to isolate, and that's how their whole attack half plays out. We saw it yesterday against G2. We saw a change of pace today up against Lost, but the same result is that W7m started themselves out so well on their attacks.
Yeah, he was also highlighting the zero usage, and I just think this is such a smart team. They're just so sharp and coordinated, Laxane.
No, I mean, the utility usage from them, using that zero cam, it just allows them to get tons of information around the map and spots that maybe you wouldn't be able to get a drone, maybe a spot that you aren't going to look at initially. But I mean, when you're just looking at both these teams, I mean, what's crazy from W7m, they had 5 opening kills on attack and 4 opening kills on defense, totaling a grand total of 9 opening kills across the board, ending that map on a 7-4. It just goes to show W7 came to play.
They're super intelligent, but they're playing mind games too. I mean, didn't JV stand up at one point? He was egging on the crowd. I mean, that's super important.
Yeah, he was headset off, hands to the ears. One thing that I will say is that this team have been here before. They've done it before. They've been in hostile crowds, you know, all the way back in Montreal when they was against G2.
Here it is.
Everybody was behind G2.
Yeah.
You know, they're used to this, and they're playing up to it. That, you know, they want the crowd to boo them. They want to use that energy, and they're more than happy for that to happen. And yeah, just a great all-round performance for W7m, who take Lost's map pick as well. And that's so important.
Truly.
I was going to say, you know, it's funny. We were talking about Herds yesterday, and Herds is still putting up a phenomenal performance. I mean, all of them are, but Nade today was making so many massive plays, so many openings and entries. I mean, what do you say to that?
Well, their attacks were patient and coordinated, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, you know, a lot of his personal performance came from the attacking half where, you know, some teams could call it slow, but the one thing the W7m were doing is they were getting in the building, they were getting in dangerous positions, and then almost toying with their opponent to get them into the positions they wanted them, manipulating them around, and then striking. And I think that's why it looks so good. The very first round was taking like a minute and a half, even though they were in the building within 30 seconds. And that's how W7m play. It's so hard to play against that. And Nade's at the center of that because he's there. He's usually kind of the distraction, and then other people come in and sweep up behind. But he was the one that was getting the kills today, and it was phenomenal attacks.
Well, it reminds me similar kind of how FaZe plays. It feels like they almost adopted what FaZe was doing is, you know, they get into the map, sure, it takes a little bit, you question, wow, they're wasting a lot of time. But then they win that one crucial gunfight, and then you see all the rest of the defense start scattering across the map, and they just catch them out of rotation, out of pocket, and it just then starts flowing into that W7m round. And you just can't let W7m get set up that way in the way that they're playing. You have to meet them head on.
Okay, well, map 1 is over. Map 2, Chalet, is next. We're gonna deep dive into that in just a little bit, but taking a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am right now.
Everyone shares the same ideology or mindset.
G2 is the best team in the world, period.
The mentality when we just like focus our minds to win is just maybe the most important thing.
What's most important is the journey that we go on, and we go on that together.
The feeling of belonging is extremely important. I do think that I feel that the most.
Having the crowd is really, really amazing. When you do this and the crowd is like screaming because you just like put your hands up.
You always have the crowd on your side because like we're the biggest team in the world.
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you can't live without that anymore.
I'm a guy who likes video games. But other than that, I don't have that much to define myself. I'm trying to find that. That's my next step in life. Find myself.
Salve rapaziada, aqui é o Herds da W7m e eu tô aqui para mostrar para vocês as minhas configs dentro do game. Começando aqui no geral aqui, rapaziada, a única coisa que eu mudo é o drone depois da preparação, que eu deixo no manual. Isso é bom porque quando você precisar olhar um drone pro teu companheiro ou algo do tipo, vai estar bem fácil ali, é só você continuar olhando, não precisa apertar um botão que pode dar algum timezinho. Então é bem tranquilo. Aqui no HUD eu uso quase tudo no normal, mas a única coisa que eu mudo aqui é a bússola, que eu não uso. Eu gosto de deixar a tela um pouquinho mais clean. E a única coisa que eu não uso aqui também é a vida. Eu gosto de não usar a vida porque aí você não vê quando você está com pouca vida e isso influencia na sua tomada de decisão dentro do jogo. Então é muito melhor pra mim, isso é mais pessoal, não ter a vida, sabe? Acho que deixa o psicológico mais preparado. Aqui no áudio O volume vai depender do seu fone, mas aqui a música eu deixo no off. O diálogo eu deixo um pouquinho, acho que às vezes é bom ouvir assim, tipo... Não sei, mano, tipo, geralmente ninguém usa, mas eu uso aqui um pouquinho de diálogo. E o modo de som é o Night Mode aqui, porque é muito melhor para você escutar passos e coisas que são mais importantes dentro do jogo, que, por exemplo, o barulho de tiro ou outras coisas. Aqui no display, obviamente você vai usar o maior hertz aí que seu monitor puder. A proporção 4x3 e o FOV 84. O resto aqui não mudo nada. Eu uso o padrão. Gráficos, aqui também tipo, é algo mais pessoal. Eu particularmente uso tudo no low. Nas partidas, às vezes eu coloco um pouco de shadow. Eu coloco aqui o contraste no médio. Bom, aqui na Sense também é algo mais pessoal, mas o meu aqui eu uso 12-12 de vertical horizontal. Então é 21, 41, 42, 42. Basicamente você só vai usar aqui as 3 primeiras, que é o 1x, 1,5 e 2x. Então é 21, 41, 42. De resto aqui também eu uso no padrão aqui, claro, tem seus controles ali, tipo, acho que o que eu mais uso de diferente aqui é que eu agacho no espaço. Geralmente o pessoal que vem de console aí costuma usar os botões mais diferentes. E na acessibilidade aqui eu uso a minha cor de mira verde com 100% de opacidade e o tremor de tela aqui que eu deixo no off, que é muito melhor quando cair uma granada ou estourar uma breach do teu lado, tua tela não vai tremer. Salve rapaziada, esse foi aqui um videozinho mostrando as minhas configs. Obrigado por assistir, acompanhem o Major e tamo junto.
to the Atlanta Major, everybody. Are you all loving the Atlanta Major? Me too. Any of you going to SI? Okay, well, guess what? More tickets are on sale now. That's right. That just dropping more tickets to SI on sale. So if you want to go to Sao Paulo, baby,
Everything
I've
seen about Brazilian crowds is nuts.
I know. Really looking forward to that.
It's going to be in a completely different world than going to that SI.
For sure. So grab those tickets. But okay, let's focus back here. Man, so much to talk about. I want to focus on Los. So the crowd was chanting Lobin, and then it got a little bit quiet. We definitely need to see Lobin come alive, and also Maya, kind of a quieter phase 3, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. I think specifically for Lobin, he kind of, he had a very slow start. He got himself into it, a couple of big rounds, but really wasn't the front runner that we've seen on this team. And the same for Maya. Maya's tournament kind of started very, very high and has been kind of spiraling downwards, all the way onto the main stage. Again, it's something we've leveled at Lost is that they rely on Lobin and Maya in this tournament, and neither of them really stepped up today. And around that, I think it was only Dosh. I can't say his name.
I totally knew it.
One of them starts with a D.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, you said it best. We haven't, Lobin, that last match, we didn't really see him start to pop into that server until that last round, the 6th round, going into that defense, switching sides. We need to see more from him going into this map specifically. And Maya, like you were saying, when we saw him in playoffs, we saw him in play-ins, we were seeing a complete, we were talking about Maya. We weren't really talking too much about Lobin. Lobin started to show up towards the end of those playoffs, but we do need to see the entire team step up. Can't just put that on Maya and Lobin 100%. At the end of the day. Everyone needs to be showing up today. I know they all can. We saw the group effort yesterday. Sure, Lobin might have been at the top of that leaderboard, but down the list, we were seeing everyone very close. And even in the ratings, I've seen, well, in my stats, I have some of the players that were like ranked 80th and 70th, and now they're in the 50th and 40th of placing here. So all these players can definitely do it, but this is the main stage. This is the grand finals. This is where you need to be putting all of your focus and attention to.
100%. Okay, so Consulate was Los's map pick. Now we're moving on to W7m's map pick. And Fresh, they love Chalet. They love it. So this should be very nice for them.
Yeah, I write a little summary of every map for all teams. Okay. And I've wrote W7m, the kings of Chalet. So they're going to be absolutely happy. If they're available, if Chalet's available, they're going to pick it. It is 100%. Like, Lost knew this was going to happen. W7m knew this was going to happen. They love this map. And the reason why is when Jesse did the Telestrator about how they were manipulating 2v1s, Chalet is by far and away the easiest map to do that on because of the positions you can take in terms of the office balcony, the piano windows, the bathroom windows, and all the rappels. And you can do it basically on every single bomb site, and you can manipulate people around. W7m are the best team at that, so it makes sense that Chalet is their favorite map.
Okay, Fresh definitely leaning towards W7m.
He didn't even write that down. That all just came off the top.
Yeah,
that's how good of an analyst.
How do you think Los is going to fare?
Well, I don't want to write Los out.
Okay.
They are familiar with how W7m plays.
Okay.
They've been playing each other in the same region, so that's got to feel good going into that regard. But that DZ game specifically, we saw an entirely different Los going into these final playoffs. I mean, completely just oh my God, adapting, changing the strats, figuring out what the other team was doing. Sure, that DZ game might have been close in a 7-5, but what Los was doing really well was just understanding of what DZ wasn't doing the game prior or the round prior and figuring out how they could implement something here or a little something there. Jesse talked about those castles and mirrors on both that we saw on Skyscraper and both that we saw on Chalet. So here, this is where I need to see Los playing that game of adapting, really understanding what W7m is trying to do and how to disrupt that flow and run away with this map. Because if they can't, like he was saying, W7m loves this map, and if you're going to give them that control, you're not going to allow them to, be stopped and run into that brick wall, you're going to find yourself losing this map.
Okay, so I want to pick your brain about W7m. They're looking very dominant, but Los had a little bit of a comeback there. You're, in my opinion, seem to be leaning a little bit more towards W7m.
I think the fact that they've gone on their opponent's map pick and won puts an incredible amount of pressure on Lost right now.
Okay.
Because in theory, if W7m take their map pick as they're supposed to, that's 2-0, which means the only way Lost would win this grand final is a reverse sweep. So obviously that's a lot of theory crafting. But they went on to Consulate, they've been hiding it, they brought it out against G2, won. They brought it out against Lost, won. And the one thing that I really liked from W7m was the fact that they chose to start on the attack. I think when they go onto their opponent's map pick, they chose the unfavorable side, and then they won that side they're in this business of playing mind games with their opponent anyway, and the crowd and everything else. And they've gone and they've not just talked the talk, they've walked the walk inside of the server. So they'll be sat there feeling very, very confident right now, and the pressure is all on Los.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not surprised with that W7M take either. I mean, they've only dropped 2 maps, and it was to the same team of BNGK on the same map.
Yes.
And Phillypox said it himself. He was calm and collect. He said, you know what? GK did play a really good game. We misread it a little bit, but we know what we needed to fix. And since that point on, they were looking phenomenal. They followed it up with a 7-3 versus SSG, a 7-5 versus BDS, a 7-3 versus VP, a 7-4 in the first game against GK, then falling again to a 4-7 on Clubhouse, and then immediately falling back again with a 7-3, closing out that game, then beating 7-5 G2, the 7-2. I mean, W7M, they seem to have everything in their cards going for them. But again, it is Los. They are playing against someone that they are familiar, and Los does have that advantage of knowing what each and every player does. They know all those idiosyncrasies of each one of these players can do. It's just a matter. They need to really disrupt that flow.
I think they just can't. Yeah, that's the key point, right? They need to disrupt the flow. They can't start slow again.
No.
You know, they did try to get themselves back into Consulate in terms of Los.
I got the chills saying
but yeah, they did try to get themselves back into Consulate, but 2-4 down, it was pretty much over by that point. And the same cannot happen again on Chalet. They really need to make sure first 2-3 rounds that they're still in with a shot or in the front, in the lead.
And I'll say this, granted that last map, they did run away with 9 of those opening engagements.
Yep.
That didn't change the fact that Los immediately followed up with a trade. So sure, on paper or on stats, that looks like, wow, W7M was crazy. But Los immediately followed that back up. But where Los has to be stopping that is they can't keep losing that man disadvantage after that happens. Because that's what it was. They would get that trade, and then W7M would immediately follow up with 1 or 2 after that, and they would find themselves in a spot where it's pretty much hard to get into because like we've talked about, once W7M gets into that mid to late round and they're set up, they run away with that round.
Okay, and on map 1, obviously Nade played tremendously, was an X factor. Does he need to be that again on map 2? Or frankly, they're just a team packed with stars. They don't need to be relying on him, right?
Yeah, that's literally it. Like, I think he's probably the only player that hasn't necessarily been a star player on this roster.
Yeah.
And he's become the star player in the first half of this grand final. We've seen Phillypox have his games up and down where, he's been great and he's not. And that's their 2 backline players. That's not, that's not Herds, it's not KZ, it's not JV. Those guys can all pop off at any moment as well. And I think that's what makes W7M so dangerous is teamwork, theory, energy. The fact that they've got the experience of being here, and then any single member of this roster can pop off at any given time.
Yeah, and I can definitely say the same about Los. Sure, we talk about Maya and Loban a lot, but there's been promising moments from Cameron. There's been promising moments from Dash and Dot, specifically in that Kafe game yesterday. I mean, Dash was playing in those hidden spots, those rat corners that they weren't checking, and dominated FaZe in those spots. So it's not to say that both teams don't have a solid 5 roster, because they definitely do. It's why they're here playing in the grand finals, but everyone needs to be coming alive. So talking about Nade specifically, it's great for him to be set up the way that he did that game, but he doesn't need to be doing that because I know the information that he is relaying to KZ, to JV92 is just as important, and same with Phillypox and the rest of those guys. It's just going to come down to all 5 of these players coming into this lobby, working together, being in unison, being a team, and being better than the other team.
Okay, we're gonna roll up some highlights from the previous map and just wanna dive deeper into that match, or that map rather. So I guess what were the points that stuck out to you the most about this map?
I'll say this. I thought it was very interesting from W7M, where they're initially a very aggressive team. Like I was saying in the beginning of this, they adopted a little bit of FaZe's playstyle, being very slow on that entry into the building, but then winning that crucial gunfight, like Fresh was saying, and then immediately running away with the round.
And I think the one thing that we leveled, if we go all the way back to the pre-match, is we said that this was the best defense against the best attack. i.e. W7M had the best defense against Los's best attack in the competition. Now, W7M's attack has not been particularly great across the whole competition. Granted, they've not played as many maps or as many rounds as some of the other teams. However, a 4-2 split attacking Consulate, it shows that they were aware of that they thought about, right, what's the best way? How do we facilitate the attacks? When we saw them struggle, because they struggled on the attacks against G2 and against GK, it was when they weren't quite in unison, and that was particularly their front 3. That was particularly KZ, it was particularly Herds, and it was particularly JV, trying to force things at slightly different moments that created a gap in their attack. They slowed that down today. They got into the position, they made sure everybody was in the right position, and then they went as a unit. And it's not a unit all one from the same side, it's 5 split across the map. But when they push, it's all together. And I think we saw the fruits of that labor, because the only site they could not attack was the basement onto Consulate. So I think that's significant improvements they've made, even just since yesterday.
Okay, so we are working on resolving a technical issue at this point. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, hello guys, my name is Salemao and I play for G2 Esports and I'm so ready to play Siege Sounds.
How I know the game? Perfectly, I'm professional guys. We are not here to have fun, it's just the job.
You think you can beat the other teams?
Probably not.
How well do you know the maps?
I mean, I don't think I know them perfectly, to be honest. I mean,
if I hear something about maps, every maps, all the game, I will. It's easy for me, like this.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I was born ready.
Yeah. Let me vibes on it. I need to feel the sounds.
So I want to say it's bank.
It's border. In the sky, it's a helicopter, easy.
And I think it's helicopters in border. Oh.
What? Tank? You're kidding me.
There! It's border.
I want to say it's border.
Must be border again. It's border again. Can't fool me. Knew it.
Because of the sound I hear, I think it's like, could be Chalet.
It's fucking Jason, the guy with the... This is not Siege.
If I had to go with a map, I'd probably say Oregon.
Theme park.
Oh, theme park is not on the... No, theme park is out!
Ah, man. Where is this? Cafe. Spawn Cafe. On the police cars. Must be.
I'm thinking it's Consulate.
Maybe Clubhouse.
I think it's Oregon, outside lobby door. I changed my answer. Yeah, I cheated.
Clubhouse. I see. I forgot about Clubhouse. That's another map.
Oh, must be Oregon. Must be Oregon outside main door, for sure.
Could be Consulate, but I'm not sure.
See, I want to say Consulate again. I mean, I don't think it's front door spawn, but it's Consulate.
Okay, but you've got 1 out of 5. How are you feeling?
It's not bad, 1 out of 5. Could be 0, right? You have to think. You have to see the glass half full, not half empty.
Half full with 1 out of 5?
Kind of like 20% full.
Thanks for watching. See you at the major. Support Wolves because we are the best. And if you don't, we don't like you very much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cizin and I play for Sonics, and today I'm going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
Oi, sou o JV92 da W7m e hoje eu vou descobrir os drones aí que...
Hi guys, this is Boys from Team M80 and today I'm playing Drone in the Unknown.
どうも、スカーズ所属のピョンです。Drone in the Unknown.
My map knowledge, pretty good I'd say. I've been playing this game since I was like 11.
Eu acho que meu conhecimento de mapa é bom. Eu sempre posiciono uns dronezinhos aí pra galera matar. É, isso aí é fora do mapa do arranha-céu lá, Skyscraper.
That is Dragon on the map Skyscraper. The architect is giving away that it's Skyscraper.
高層ビルだと思います。
I can just tell because of the kind of sculpture.
Eu acho que você está todos, né? Tá fácil. Isso aí é mole.
Wait, what?
うわ、むずい。見たことないけど、なんか見たことある。
I see a book. I'm pretty sure it's Kafe.
Isso aí é no café lá, pô. Isso aí, esse livrinho aí, ó. É no café.
Kafe.
Yeah, this is Skyscraper for sure. I say we're pretty good at Kafe, yes, I know that map. Yeah, okay, nah, got that one wrong. I see some anime books. I don't know what anime that is though. I want to say Skyscraper because I see like kind of the pattern on the wall.
背景。壁の。
Do lado da suíte lá, do Sky.
Skyscraper.
That's Skyscraper.
5 de 5 é muito fácil, cara. Isso aí, ó. Dá pra ver tudo, pô.
待って、どこだ?
Yeah, I'll just go Chalet. I have no idea.
It's so easy. Yeah, fronteira, border. No... Arquivos?
Border.
This is, I think, border. I think it's in tellers.
もう分かったのは、上の。
The same thing here. I recognize the pattern in the ceiling.
Essa é difícil, pô.
The radio, I could tell just because of the knives and the stuff in the background, so quite an easy one. They both have radios in the map, so it's Nighthaven or Consulate.
Vou chutar Chalet.
Basement on Clubhouse.
Nighthaven Rubber.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say Consulate Garage. Wow, okay. I was completely wrong. I just got done playing Drone in Unknown. Had a lot of fun playing today.
全問正解。私だけでした。
And yeah, see you guys at the major.
Torce pra W7m aqui, ó. Ó, vamos em busca do bicampeonato.
W7m surprised us by taking Los's map, and now they go on to very comfortable territory on Chalet. Do we have any expectations outside of the norm, which is W7m wins the map, or does Los surprise us?
What's that, Dev?
I don't know. I'm doing the wiggles for my Aussie fans.
What do you got?
I reckon that Los do have a decent shot here. They are undefeated on Chalet on this map. They got a plus 17 round differential the last 4 times that they have played it. One of those was against Dark Zero on the main stage. I think Los have a real chance here of doing an upset.
Then I'll play the other side here, right? W7m, they are the kings of Chalet. It's not going to be easy if Los were to win.
Well, we know it was maybe a bit longer than you wanted to wait, but we are ready to load on in. So, if you'll join me, get ready for Chalet Map 2! Gentlemen, you were talking about stats, graphs, percentages.
Numbers.
You were crunching the numbers.
Look at this graph.
Nope.
Not that.
Not that one. Not that one.
That's such
this is a
good
Nickelback free zone.
Hey, have a look at that. You were the one who mentioned it, Parks. But the Twitch has been banned out by W7m after some very impressive rounds from, I believe it was Dash on the Twitch in Consulate. Now, these special drone squad, as my co-caster Mandy loves to say, or your Twitch, your Flores, your Brava, are incredibly powerful on Chalet. And the same can go for the newest addition to the attacker lineup, Ram. In particular for hunting down pieces of utility like mirror windows, which at the moment has gone unbanned, and the Fenrir. And with the Twitch gone, you're going to be leaning on other solutions to deal with those problems.
No, you do, and the thing is, you might need to get creative, but you can't ban both the Twitch, the Bravo, the Flores, and the Ram all at once, so you kind of just gotta limit your opponent or pick your poison, so to speak, and for this case, some things will change, like the Twitch and the Dokkaebi ban, and some things will stay the same. Solos and Asami, not available in map number 1, nor here in map number 2. W7m, they love to target ban their opponents when they need to. But one thing that's pretty much always happening on their side is they almost never play with Asami open. And the thing is, if you are a quote-unquote better team, I feel like banning Asami is going to favor you because it's hard to deal with on the attacking side. And if you don't need it yourself on defense, you should ban it out every single time.
Well, it makes me wonder, how will the defense set up these power positions? Will they opt for things like mirror windows, deployable shields? Occasionally we see a castle, but with the castle in particular, you have to get very creative with your setups and make sure that it is going to help your team rather than hinder it, especially on a map like Chalet, where a lot of the basic castle barricades can very easily be dispatched with from a sledge or another soft breaching operator. The Fenrir is the king of Chalet when left unbanned, but the Brava on the attacking side is one of the only tools available to deal with it. Now, believe it or not, Los have picked off the Brava, so Felipox is going to be having the time of his life with the Fenrir.
We were us three in the van with Los on the way here. And they were playing Lose Yourself by Eminem in the shuttle over here, hyping themselves up, but I sat there in the back smiling to myself thinking, these players are playing you only get one shot. One opportunity in a lifetime. They know that they shouldn't be in this grand final, and still they are seizing this moment. And they lost the very first map, sure enough, but they are fighting tooth and nail every single round. There's a long break between map number 1 and map number 2. I apologize for that, but the players, they are primed and they are ready. Lowe's on the attacking side, quickly into the building now to take map control and shut down those default cameras.
Dash inside a fireplace. JV92 off of that position. He's going to go downstairs and see that the garage panel has been opened up. I don't know if he caught wind of it.
He doesn't have the read though, Parker. He thinks that the player went towards Wine to come up West Main, but actually it's quite the opposite case for Dash, who very swiftly finds his way up on the mezzanine, and Cameraman, funnily enough, uses the position of his teammate to bait JV into an opening death.
It's a good pick. On Chalet, one of the maps where having that numbers advantage is very favorable on the attacking side especially. You gotta have to break some of these hard conquerable positions. Top floor, for example, office, master bedroom, on this kitchen defense, you have to clear top floor first before going for a plant. That's why the soft construction comes out, the floor is drones, and why most of the attackers from Lowe's are rotating upstairs after reaching that lobby wall.
KZ in a smart position right now, not too far away from Felipox as they look to hunt him down. He'll go outside, assuming that KZ will swing. A bad first map from one of the superstars of W7M, but you don't expect that to last. Now KZ looking for a second. He'll get it. Away with his life intact, but not expecting the play from Cameraman on big window. Los had an advantage. It's been taken away by Herds, who's been very quiet. Mother of God, how do you contend against that? 2 kills in a row for Herds, and now Dots up next. They spot him, super shorty in hand. Herds 3 kills in a row. It's just so easy.
It looked so good until it didn't, and I have to question Lowe's strategical process there. You know, when you're attacking kitchen bomb site, you don't need a full clear top floor necessarily. Yeah, you need office control, open up that wall, hold them out because the verticality needs to that dining bomb site, but you don't have to full clear. They could have arguably gone for a bomb site execute, but they thought, you know what, we can take top floor control. We have big window repel, they cut it in half, and they actually had a 2-man advantage for a short moment, but then it quickly fell apart. W7m swinging back, challenging difficult angles, difficult shots to hit, but they hit them every single time.
Yeah, I think Lowe's had a really good read on how to play that at the start of the round, but as soon as you said, they got that numbers advantage, over peaking, and even minute things like Cameraman repelling on the main double window. He's a cutoff player. He shouldn't be aggressively peaking deep angles into Master, and that gave Herds an opportunity for that very cheeky one-tap that you mentioned, Parker. KZ and Herds, simply the 2 of them winning the round for W7M after Lowe's had a great start. And there's not much else to say about it.
Right here.
Boom. I mean, the kill cams show it. Just over-aggression from Lowe's. And on one side, I respect the effort because after a long break like they suffered between map number 1 and map number 2, set the pace again, get into it, get your gunfights in, get your confidence up, etc. And the good thing for Lowe's in that round is that they looked like they had tons of confidence, maybe too much. And that's what they need on Chalet, because they have to fight through every single round, especially on the attacking side. And they almost had it, but again, the late round, like you mentioned, gotta shot them up.
Ooh. Where's Hertz snuck himself into?
To the closet.
I think that's, the master closet. Now, unbeknownst to him, there is a Jackal on the other side, the perfect operator, and as a result, they will know a player has passed through Master, and he will be droned and move around. Surely not another kill from the exact same position. He found the pivotal kill last round. He will also escape with his life.
They got information that one was on that solarium window. Now it's Lobin to die next at the hands of KZ, who's having a better game than he had on pretty much all of Consulate. Adrenal Surge to guide Maya in, but cannot get the pick over towards Library. So now, business as usual. 2 minutes to go. Only got 4 drones and several silhouettes. Right now, stare down Maya over towards Library. JV punished by Dots. Maya looking for the follow-up. Cameraman closing in, but they've got all the crosses on the side of W7M. Pistol out from Maya. Gets the down onto KZ. This is winnable. It's a 2v2, but the Nitro Cell from Nade hits its mark. Dots is left alive alone upstairs with almost half of the round still to go.
There's so much action. The Chaos are always fighting back and forth. Look at this. They're not done fighting yet. They take the round.
W7m off to a very good start.
Yeah, W7m played that really well, despite that very far away roam from Herds, which realistically should have been punished. Los, unfortunately, failed to confirm that kill, and in fact, they lose a player. They send Maya in very quickly to try and look for a refrag, but he was just behind the curb. 2 opportunities to get a refrag went missing for Maya in that round. And then Los decided, look, this is messy, but we just have to send it. And the brawl at Mezzanine, while it looked good for a brief moment, they had a 2 versus 1 for Leapox immediately. A C4 and an aggressive push up the blue stairs earned another round for W7m, who are looking in very solid form on their Chalet defense.
They are. And I almost want to say that it seems like W7m are looking to just shut down the aggression from Los, always contesting the opening areas of the map, Solaria, Master Bedroom, etc., trying to hide and get away with things. Vamos Los, but it hurts who gets that opening pick, falls back, and KC follows up shortly after, and it looked like a really one-sided round from that 5 versus 3, but Los almost brought it back again.
The thing that scares me for Los is that when things look desperate, they make objectively pretty poor plays. Cameraman, for example, jumping into library when there's the hatch below you, C4s in abundance, a mirror window staring you down. Had he rotated, had he looked for even just a cutoff position and tried to preserve his life, Los would have had a much better chance that round.
I agree with you. The thing about Chalet is that it can be hard to figure out where you want to be at because rotating is very possible. On Consulate, you pick a side, let's say east side, you stick to east side. You can't just rotate around, it takes too long. On Chalet, you can start on one area, go somewhere else. The map is relatively small until it's there for Los, and then they punish the run out.
It's a brazen play by Herds. The nade might be able to secure unless Herds can get away in time. He will do so. Brought back to life. 5 drones, by the way, already destroyed within the first 30 seconds of this round. So the intel game, which seemingly is a problem for Los, will not improve, at least not to this point.
And that's what Solus being banned out. So these are drones either going in too early without any follow-up, any guns behind them, or simply W7m finding those drones by other means. Nate gets the first kill onto Maya, so Los off to a bad start again.
I mean, they do have the mute on the board, in all fairness.
They do.
They do. It's just a shame for Los that they looked primed to get the opening kill. Herds was read to perfection. A player from Los climbing up the ladder onto Fluke balcony at the same time as another player is watching for the re-aggression, and yet the killing blow was not confirmed. Dots though, he sneaks inside and he does take down 1 power position. That is the dining pressure. However, not fully alleviated as of yet. Herds at large on the top floor in tandem with KZ. 2 star players for this roster. The nade once again goes begging for Los, and they realize now that there are few players on the site, and so they will transition their push directly.
Oh, you got 3 players ready to hit back of wide. This is perfect. Loban running in, nearsighted, expecting a play over towards connector, but look at this. A rat angle from JV92, getting 1, trying for the other side on, cannot pull it off. Dots instead gets away with a single point of HP, and will now attempt it for a second time. Herds removing dash. Dots does not have the go to get that diffuser down, and now with his coverage gone, this is a tough spot to be in. Herds and KZ need to work together to find the Hibana holding this angle. But W7m have the clock on their side. Don't need to swing if they don't want. No. Dots thought he could tiptoe away, but KZ was prepared and ready for it. Chalet 3-0 for W7m.
I love the off-pace play out of nowhere. Walls weren't open up. They just opened the door, ran through the barbed wire, through the Fenrir gadget, couldn't even see anything, and Loban got pretty deep in towards the bomb side, and even Trato favors defense more often than not. And this right here is a tactical timeout I'm a huge fan of. You're down in numbers, you're down 0-3, you call a timeout, and now, before things get too out of hand, you can talk things through. The nerves, the strategy, and when you're a player like Maya or Lopin, who are used to having incredible games, finding kill after kill and clutch after clutch, opening after opening, and you're having a pretty subpar game for your own standard, your teammates are very important because they can react in one of 2 ways. You know, I'll point that out and be like, hey, not having a good game today, are we? I'll say, guys, you got this. Next round, don't worry. Next round, you got it. I've been there myself. When I was up against Font, up against Cameraman, on Border, I had 1 kill to my name going the distance. My teammates said, you got this next round. You got this next round. Fun fact, I didn't. But map number 2 comes around. Right? We got Oregon. I broke the world record at the time, back then with 23 kills. So your teammates believing you, saying, you know, don't worry about this, man. There's always another one. It's so important because Love and Maya, they haven't found comfortable ground yet, but they need to turn this around.
Confidence is not just powerful, confidence is overpowered.
Yeah.
Overconfidence is still overpowered. If you think you are better than you are, then believe that.
Yeah.
And go for it. Because even when you're at a numbers deficit, even if you've died opening kills several times in a row, even if you're kicking yourself because you managed to down herds on an aggressive spawn peak, but you couldn't finish him because you hit your adrenal surge too fast, doesn't matter. Put that out of your mind.
Yeah.
Do not critique. Do not judge. In the moment, all you can do is believe that next time you will land that kill.
I mean, obviously, if you just want to look at the timing of that timeout, too. T's in there, I apologize. Los called their timeout in what would ultimately be the second last round of the very first map. They had confidence that they could come back. They lack that confidence now. Get it out of the way early on. The only problem with calling it this early, which I suppose is not a problem that is new, is that if they continue to lose, there's nothing they can do. But at that point, you've already called your timeout. You've tried your best to stop the bleeding, and it has not worked out. The Monty pick will come in from Los. That's a good choice. When you see a timeout and a shield gets brought, you know that there's a very specific idea in mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the one thing I always want to see after technical timeout is big operator changes. Loben with a drone, box hunting in hand, might be looking for a quick play inside of West Main, maybe looking for a pick or an entry, but all eyes gonna be in the Monty here and see where he goes first.
I like this a lot for Loben. It's the perfect operator to play this window because he can create those angles looking to the right of West Main towards the dining door. Not many operators are able to actually create that line of sight. I'm curious about this buck pick though. Also very curious to see Amonte moving in. Caught out
like this.
Philippox in a 1v1 with this Monty, and he has a C4, the perfect ingredient for the job. 2 players fall for Los as Dash desperately darts around a corner, but Philippox has got his number. Maya falls as well. It's all up to the oldest player in the server, but he will not stave off defeat. A flawless round for the Bulls.
How could that possibly have gone worse? You call your timeout, you bring tools for the job, you barely make it into the map before you are sent to the next round.
You pick up the Monty, you go for that West Main play, they had 2 drones in there, we saw the silhouettes, and surely they look up towards the ceiling and go, hey, there are some soft destruction in the floor, be careful of what's above you. Dodge jumps in, gets shut down immediately. Lack of, I don't know, focus, lack of respect to the setup. Small mistakes with massive impact and consequence.
I will say, what is the macro of that push to begin with? This is a master bedroom attack, and you're sending your Montaigne in through West Main windows with your buck outside. I really just don't understand. They're trying to hunt these guys in dining, which, by the way, was only 1 player. But the typical way to do that is by pressuring in from, firstly, the trophy window, and also from the rest of the map by taking library, taking lobby, maybe having a lurk from up West Main. But they just didn't have the ingredients for that.
Yeah, I mean, W7m had those kill holes in the floor of bathroom, looking down into West Main. The moment that the Monty got in the window, W7m was prepared for it. They started tearing through those players of Los, which is what enabled Nate in that position of Kitchen to start doing some serious work. So even if your goal was, let's get in and hunt the roamers, you still got to worry about the players on the actual site attacking your roam hunters. It was very well done by W7m.
What we typically want to see in Chalet is that good old hammer and angle strategy where one side is going to push and then eventually you're going to hit the wall, and that's when that, the hammer literally meets the anvil, goes boom. Right now, those are pushing from one side, but there's no wall, there's no anvil on the map, so you're going nowhere. You're just shoveling W7m either back towards the bomb side, or you lose those gunfights and then nothing happens at all. They had a player last round on the main lobby door holding a rotation, but no one's going to go in that direction because they're going to go up towards the solarium stairs if anywhere else. So strategical misplays from Los here, and they got to change that around.
Looks like information is the big issue, James, but maybe not this round as Los gets 2 to strike first. The best start to a round so far from Los, and it continues to improve. A flawless end to the previous round could be met with the same result, this time just for the opposite team.
Do not give 1v1s, Los. This is where you lock in the round by playing off each other. There are plenty of drones on the board to find Felipox's position, and he is quite a clutch player. Moving forward, that nade very close. He spots one, Dots goes down. Lopen looking for the reply, but the flawless round is confirmed. Los finally on the scoreboard here on Chalet.
We did a lot of damage from that position, but the round was already lost at that point. I mean, at best, you're playing for a couple unimpactful kills. Maybe against weaker opposition, that can be pulled off. But Los has shown throughout this entire event they are not a team that you can take for granted, and that round in particular, even though they did have 5 players to 1, they still played it about as perfectly as you could.
They did. And again, it comes down to that, you know, guys, we got this. Next round, we got it. Next round, next scenario, next time. You say that enough times, you push through it, and all of a sudden, it looked like they were just getting slaughtered every single round, and they win it flawlessly. But the thing is, we gotta talk about the attack inside here. 1-4 in Chalet, starting attack, what has historically been the favorite side for a very long time. It's not looking too good. You know, you really want the 2-4. Allow yourself some wiggle room on the defensive side, because it's not gonna get much easier than this.
That's right. You were talking about how to attack on Chalet before, Pengu, and the hammer and anvil. Really, on this map, the anvil is as strong, if not stronger than the hammer. And we've seen that in certain rounds, particularly where Cameraman is finding opening picks, because he is that anvil. He is the flank watch player, repelling on a window or covering off a position as the rest of Los look to force W7m into those rotations and exposing themselves to Cameraman. That's great and all, but as you said, this is one of only 2 attacker-sided maps in the pool. And Los are down already, losing the half.
Complete opposite of Consulate, right?
That's right.
Very defender-sided map, the most played map. Attackers of W7m won the first half. Now you come to Chalet, and it's a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, in fact, Chalet, it's 52% attacker win rate, so it's not huge of a discrepancy, but as far as...
map.
Yeah, well, compared to most maps at the moment, it is very much an attacker-favored affair. You can come back from a 2-4 deficit. This is not Chalet, but it's a very different affair, especially when you're losing opening picks. Herds has been on fire! A double for him, yet again! The opening menace for W7m. Dot's desperate to duel him, to best him, to put him down, but Herds can simply slink back into darkness.
And he finds Loben and Maya again. We can talk about star players. They're not really showing up here. 2-5, 2-5. Captain Trap goes also as well. So much damage being given here to Los' side from guns and utility. I mean, statistically, they're locked out of this one. They gotta find some incredible kills out of nowhere to win this round.
Well read by Cameraman as he knew there was a body crossing, but jumps on in. JV92 with aerial support. KZ, the lone player from W7m, out of this round. But KZ's having a terrific game. No way. That's...
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, did you order the Herd special? It's same-day delivery. 5-1 first half for W7m.
Yeah, W7m are taking no prisoners. On the unfavored side, they dominate in the first half. And this has got to be one of the most one-sided grand finals we have seen in a long time. Los need to fire up.
You said they were undefeated on Chalet, Dev. For Los, that is. And I told you, well, they've never played W7m on it. So this is a scenario, they're down 1-5.
We have a fan calling in now to speak about this match, yes. So let's bring them on. You have a question?
I need all the Los fans in the crowd right now to stand up and start chanting, "Let's go Los! Let's 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 go Los!
He is right behind us, and even without the microphone, he is tremendously loud.
I thought he had a question. He made a statement.
I mean, sometimes it's both, right? I mean, maybe it's a question. Let's go, Los. I don't know.
If ever I wonder which continent I'm on, I will be reminded that I am indeed in North America when the chant is "Let's go, Los."
All right, you know what?
Let's go X team.
Enough about the NA crowd. Maybe if the other regions were popular enough, they'd get their own finals. James, huh?
Thanks, man. Maybe one day. A man can dream. But you cannot deny the passion here from the fans in America, rooting for the underdog team. And now Los need to make good on the promise made by their passionate fans.
Oh.
Finn came at a good time as well. We saw the player cams from Los when they lost that previous round. They did not look all that happy, quite mentally distraught, to be honest. I feel them. Nothing's working out. The fast doesn't work, the slow doesn't work in this. I mean, they're hitting the bomb site, they're close to it, but it's Philippox. It's W7m now on the attacking side. Los don't want this.
Oh, but Los is on the board first. KZ, magnificent on Chalet. Down for the count. That's okay, you've only got Herds to deal with, but a second now on the board for Los. Maybe the crowd imbued them with some energy. The two top fraggers from W7m are no more. Still utility there for W7m, and as we've seen, you can never count this W7m team out of a round.
You never can, especially when you're getting on the board. Nate finds one, so that number is a bit closer. Still in favor of Los, of course. They're looking for the flank. Meanwhile, W7m, they're looking for the side, looking for the verticality, but they don't got the buck any longer, so they can't break out the floor apart.
I do love how careful W7m are being in this numbers disadvantage. They do not want to let re-aggression from Los cost them another player. But Los as well are playing a little bit scared. Dash looks to lock out that player. It's Philippox. He snuck his way very early in the round into Trophy using his Sen's gadget to try and create a light screen to barrier any potential lines of sight, disrupting him. He still has 2 left in pocket for the execute. And in a 3v4, realistically, W7m, they need a few picks. Now they've got the info. Do not overpeak here, Los. You have the advantage. You do not need to give W7m a way back in.
Will the birthday boy be rewarded? No, it does not appear so. So Philippox will need to go elsewhere. Still has 2 of those roly-poly gadgets. I do appreciate that we don't have an official name for it that we use because, well, it's quite long.
With his dots.
Numbers right now favoring Los. 7 players still in the server, but all 3 members of W7m are tossed by the wayside the span of a second. Los get their second round.
And they get the first one in the half. That's very important. Build up that momentum slowly but surely, and with the crowd behind them, it might just be possible.
Chalet, very much an attacker-sided map, but Los need to prove us different here. They need to prove that the first half, it just took them a little bit to warm up to it. And we saw a similar case in Consulate as well, Pengu. By the time that Los finished that map, they had some pretty good attacks. But at the start of the game, it took them quite a bit of time to find their feet. I've got to wonder as well, we had an elongated break between map 1 and map 2. Perhaps that will affect their momentum because it took them a while to get started. Once they had a flying lap, they continued building that speed and setting faster times. But in map 2, it feels like the same story is repeating itself.
I was going to say, as a former player myself, when you lose a map in a best of 3 or best of 5, if you end up with that map loss, kind of like on the next negative side where you get in your own head, the longer you can sit with that for, the worse it gets, right? You want to go into the next map as quickly as possible, just get going, get flying. They had like, what, half an hour to sit there being like, oh, we lost, that sucked. We played bad, that sucked, etc. So sometimes, I find myself, at least as a former player, you need motivation from someone else when you feel down, because you can't be your own, positive guy in life in general. We all know that at times. Yeah. When I played, I had Fabian. He was that voice in my head saying, we got this, don't give up, etc. But I don't know how Los to deal with that. If that's cameraman, for example, but I will say, if they don't have a player in the communication bit for them, the crowd could be that person.
Well, for cameraman, we saw earlier, he's got a tattoo on his arm, play to win, not to fail. He knows what it means to raise that trophy, and he will lead these younglings into doing so again.
Both smokes were used so early on from the thermite of Nade, by the way. Leaves you with no obscurement when it comes to the bomb site. Herds following up on the drone work going on in. Loban dies to a grenade. W7m within the span of a minute has torn through 2 players from Los.
You know what they did? A fake execute. Smoke the bomb site, forcing movement from the roamers, and then they execute upstairs anyway. They're looking downstairs, but the attack comes horizontally. It's a great bait and switch play from W7m.
You've still got the ram in play as well of Philippox. These boogie drones will tear away at the floor and cause some serious issues for these defenders. A nitro cell goes off. Philippox living for now. One roamer that you said was supposed to be pushed off was over towards dining. Goodbye to Maya, who retreated upstairs. Dash miles away from the site. We're at the halfway point of the round, and W7m are up 5v2. Another flawless round could be had unless Dash can muster something. Diffuser in the hands of Nade. Dash knows there's one by Blue. KZ finished off. It won't be done flawlessly, but Dash revealing his position, and 3 players from W7m fight over who gets that final pick. Map point for W7m.
Hertz has been so good on the entry for W7m. This guy on your screen right now, he has been a stone-cold killer. He's coming into his form as one of the best players on the best team in the world. And the way that he found that opening pick, as you mentioned, Pengu, a fake smoke thrown onto the bomb site to make it look like it was a rush from W7m. Elsewhere, Hertz is supported by a drone, quickly live droned into library, finds the opening pick. A second is found by KZ's nade. 5v3, only a little bit over a minute has passed in the round. What did W7m do? Do they double down? No, they sit back, they wait. They know that Los are going to get desperate. They know the only way for Los to get back into that round is by making aggressive plays. And so every single kill after that was from an aggressive, unnecessary play, like this from Maya. He thought he had to make a move, and he was punished for it.
That's the thing, they play on so many different levels, W7 that is. They understand the strategical depth that every single map has to offer, but also speaking of Hertz, he's one of the star players in the killing, opening kills, entry, etc. He's also one of the IGLs for his team, so he's likely saying, guys, I got this idea, right? Drone me in library, as you smoke the bomb site itself, they're gonna look away, I'll get those kills. I bet you he sets up that play himself, realizing the possible gap that we found from Los because they're so angsty around the bomb site. Oh, they're rushing, everybody get back quickly! But they didn't. So they're kind of mind-gaming each other now, and when you're up 6-2, you can afford to take a risk because if you lose a round, it's not the end of the world, whereas for Los, it would literally be you going down 0-2.
Oh. Well, it continues for Hertz, who's broken a dozen kills so far on this map. Philippox in as well. Same predicament of the previous round, boys. 30 seconds off the clock, and Los are just getting sent home. Loban with 1 kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Good Lord, W7m 7-2 to go up 2-0.
There's no doubt about this team. They do what nobody else can do in Rainbow Six. Their brand of this game is completely untouchable. Even in a grand final, they take no prisoners. They do not hesitate. And Hertz is having one of the best tournaments we have ever seen from the man.
Yeah, he's hungry for that back-to-back major trophy, baby, making history for his team. And they are only 1 map away from that now.
5-0 in the last 2 majors they've played in terms of map counts. They could go out undefeated yet again, will they? We'll find out. There's 1 more map to go, but to the desk to break down map number 2 we go.
There wasn't even anything to illustrate in that.
Thanks, Parker. Oh boy, are Los in trouble on this one. They lose their own map pick, they lose W7m's pick, and now they find themselves 1 map away from making history and being the first team to win 2 majors back-to-back. I'm Jacob, he's Jesse, he's Fresh. Guys, what does Los have to do to stop this onslaught? They look like they're playing Perfect Siege.
All they have to do, Jacob, it's pretty simple in my mind. You've got to shut down Hertz, you've got to shut down KZ, you've got to shut down Nade, you have to shut down JV92, and then you just need to shut down Philippox.
Doesn't sound easy to me at all.
That's the whole team.
Yeah.
That's all 5 players. That's the problem, right? Because even though they did shut down Nate, at least to an extent, he wasn't the player that was fragging out this map. KZ and Herds absolutely ran over this map. They were so dominant on those defenses, swinging to grab back that man advantage. Los had no answers at all. We need to see Loban stepping up. We need to see better stuff from Maya. The 2 big stars of Los who were so good throughout the majority of this tournament seem to have disappeared.
That's the reason that I call them the Kings of Chalet. That type of performance right there, because on the defense, again, they've started out on an unfavorable side on that map, and they've gone so well on their defense because they're close to each other, because they're refragging each other, because they're taking confident, aggressive fights, knowing that even if they lose them, which they're not, by the way, that there's somebody there to refrag them out. They get onto the attack, and they're just finding so many gaps in every single defense that Lost was putting up. I wouldn't want to play them there ever, and that's why most teams don't.
You know the moment I realized that Los were going to lose this map? Throughout the tournament, we have seen Dots have a fantastic play on Monty. I have felt that Dots has always brought the Monty when it made sense to, when they had a plan. He wasn't bringing panic Monties like we often see from teams like Space Station, G2, when they bring those panicked shields. This time around, Dots loses a 2v2 because he's not planting when he really had a safe position to do so. They call attack timeout, he brings out the Monty. That's a panic, Monty. These don't work. You're relying on this to save your round, to claw back some momentum. He didn't find it at all. Dots ends up having the top score, I guess, from the team, but ultimately this was a poor performance from every single player on Los. They never had control of this match.
I feel like if you're Los, you now start wondering whether you actually have some pressure on your shoulders, because you came in already thinking, hey, whatever result we can get, that's going to be fantastic, because the fact that we were here in the first place is something that we probably didn't expect. But now you're at a point where you have to course correct. You don't have any more lives left with which to do it. You maybe have a couple rounds of leeway on map 3. But is pressure getting to you at this point? Like, because the crowd's behind you, but they've barely had any reason to cheer.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the reaction is key coming into this next map, because you lost your own map pick, so you put yourselves under pressure. In reality, you was never going to win against W7m on Chalet. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But you're now 0-2. So you've got a choice, right? Do you let this pressure continue getting to you? Or do you just say, screw it, we've got no pressure, let's just play our siege and see what happens? Because as at right now, this final's over, basically. You know, W7m should win one of the next 3 maps. But reverse sweeps have happened before, and whenever they have happened, if we go all the way back to, you know, when Penguin and Fabian were the ones doing it, they basically just took it 1 map at a time, 1 round at a time, and that's all you can do. You can't focus on the end goal right now.
But here's the big question. We all remember that infamous clip of Fabian in the back screaming, I don't want to lose.
Yeah.
Does anybody on Los actually have that kind of ballsy play in them to be able to have that speech backstage and find a way to get themselves back into this game? That's the ultimate question at this point, because only one of them has been on a major stage before. Only one. These other guys still have to find a way back in it.
And it's going to be that one, right? That's who they're going to be looking to. They're going to be looking towards cameraman to be that voice for them, to be that source of experience, to be like that source of, guys, it's not as bad as you think. We still have a chance. And I say it quite a lot. I actually say this quite a lot, is when you're in a team, you don't want them to vary in their kind of emotional state or, you know, their energy between the middle grounds. You don't want them to be too high, because you get too high, you get too happy, you start making stupid, risky plays. You get too low, low energy, low confidence, you start making scared plays. You just want to keep them in the middle. And that's where cameraman, alongside the coaching staff, has to get that team back to that point.
In both the quarterfinals and the semifinals, Los were able to play their game. They had a strategy coming into all of those games, and they executed on those strategies. These last 2 maps, their plans have been totally smashed. Right off the bat, W7m gets momentum, and they never give it up. We need to see Los, throughout this break, talk to their teammates and say, listen, we got to just play our game. Trust in our strategies. We've got Bank coming up next. We picked this map. We want to feel confident here. So let's go ahead, play the strats that we prepared for this map, do what we plan to, and take it 1 map at a time. I think Jack said it perfectly. That's exactly what you need to do right now. It's a long road ahead, but it starts with 1.
Well, you got to find a way to get your feet under you somehow, which Los themselves still have yet to do. Are W7m about to win 2 consecutive major grand finals in 3-0 fashion, or do Los still actually have some fight in them? We'll find out after the break. Don't go anywhere.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but
tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos. Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Hey guys, Gunnar from Sonics here, and today I'm going to be playing Siege Sounds.
Hey guys, this is Iconic from Amedi.
Hello guys, this is Felipox from W7m.
スカーズ所属のフィッシュライクです。今回はCGサウンドをプレイしていきたいと思います。
I think I'll do good.
Not too good then.
It's good.
ピョンよりはちょっと下かなってぐらいですかね。
Yeah, I think I have a good pair of headphones, and let's see.
It's organ spawn.
Okay, I know this one.
Dog sounds? 犬の鳴き声が聞こえる。
It's Kennel's clubhouse.
I hear dogs bark, and this is the spawn of in the garage of the clubhouse.
Clubhouse, the like front spawn in clubhouse.
My final guess is clubhouse.
クラブハウスのガレージ側の外のリスポーン地点のとこっていうんですか。
I'm right?
オレゴン？オレゴン？オレゴン？一発目でダメだ。パーフェクト逃した。ちょっと難しいな。
I hear like bugs, like the sound of bugs.
I'm going Kafe. Final answer.
I don't know the map.
I heard a bell at the end. That's the only map I can imagine a bell being on.
Dun 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 dun.
What would this be?
なんか虫の音みたいなのが聞こえる。
Chalet?
Is it Consulate?
It's just like the wood sound.
Maybe now it's clubhouse, because clubhouse there are police cars.
I'm gonna lock it in with Consulate.
なんかこういう音いろんなマップにあるから。
That was not right.
I never spawned there in my life, so I would never know that.
Yeah? Yeah.
There's no way that people get this stuff.
Bank, locked in, loaded.
Not sure, but I'll guess bank.
I hear a kid scream in the background. Chalet.
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 I got two.
I don't know about the others, but really hard for me.
All right, guys, I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds today, and see you guys at the major.
Hi, I'm Christopher Budget, Associate Game Director on Siege. Siege is a tactical game, and while there's no better way to learn than the hard way, we're working on various tools to help you train and level up your game. Next season comes Map Run, and while you'll have to wait to know more, I can already tell you you'll be able to train on your favorite maps, such as Clubhouse, Oregon, Bank, Consulate, Chalet, and Kafe. Map Run will also be the best tool to help you learn the new map coming this season. And whether you're playing solo or with a squad, jump into Map Run and train your aim and your skills, and you'll learn the new map. Your friends will thank you when you reach champion. So stay tuned for the reveal and learn more about the new map coming to Rainbow Six Siege.
gather for an esports event, we're always gathering for two things at the same time. A funeral for the team that loses, and a goddamn celebration for the team that wins. And W7M might just be about to get the party started early. I'm Jacob, he's Jesse, he's Fresh. We are 2-0. W7M above Los at the current minute, and it's not for Los's lack of trying. It's because everyone on W7M looks like they're firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, I mean, first map, we saw Nade popping off. Second map, KZ and Herds. Oh my God, they were playing so well. The big thing that really struck me from them was they were swinging to get back that advantage. Anytime they were in the smallest of disadvantaged state, whether that was because they were low on numbers or because they were in a bad position, the attackers maybe had control of the site, they would swing, they would constantly hit those heads, grab that man advantage back for W7M. If those two players cannot be shut down on map number 3, Los may be going home early.
I actually got a text during that break from a coach inside of the EU League.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going to keep them nameless because I don't want them to show a lack of confidence in their team. But they said, if this W7M roster stays together, nobody's winning an event other than them for the foreseeable. They are just that good.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even the idea of when a team wins an event, suddenly there's a big target on their back. Are you saying W7M could have a target on their back forever? And
they've had a target on their back since Charlotte, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
it feels
more
like
or
it.
less. Yeah, they've been expected to win every event since then. They've got to the final. They've won one. They're 2-0 up in the grand final of the next one.
Yeah.
About to become potentially the only team ever to win back-to-back major events. And the fact that is they knew that about this target. They were ready for it, and they knew they had to work harder than anybody here. And that's what they tried to do.
Well, let's talk about map 3, because map 1 certainly looked like it was Los trying to use an element of surprise. Map 2, Kings of Chalet, you weren't kidding. What does map 3 have in store for us?
Map 3 is similar, and that Los did pick it, but it has historically been a strong map for W7M. We go to Bank, they are 4-0 in Stage 2 on Bank, with wins over E1, Keedstars, FaZe Clan, and GK. Some great teams in there, 2 top 8 at this major that they've played here. The last win, of course, coming in the Atlanta quarterfinals. It's been very good from Bank on W7M. Los not bad either, 2-1 this stage, but they were kind of shaky. They beat Scars 7-5, they beat NiP 8-6, and then of course they lost to Keedstars way back in Brazil Stage 2. So the stats do say that this could be a quick 3-0, but you've got to believe that Los have been prepping something in the backlines for this map.
And the one thing they've got going for them in the context of what we've already seen is the fact that they will be starting on the attack. They've looked a little bit better on the attack, potentially. I know Chalet didn't go great, but Bank is a nice map for them to attack onto. It's a team that it's a map where teams are very comfortable to attack. So as long as they can go through what works for them, what goes through their processes, they might be able to get a bit of a foothold in the game if W7M slip up just a little bit. And that's a big if.
All right, I said I didn't want to do a full series prediction at the start of this. We're just going map by map. Jesse, Jack, do we see map 3 comeback start?
No.
No?
No. And I know that I'll disappoint the crowd with this one. No, we don't. I think W7M are too good. I think we could play this on house or yacht or any map. The way W7M are playing, they look absolutely impenetrable right now.
Jesse?
I can't buy that. I gotta believe Los got at least one in them, especially if Atlanta can get loud for them here in map number 3 when it matters the most, Jacob. I gotta believe.
All right, well, what does the crowd think? You think we're getting to map 4 or what? Well, let's find out if your wish comes true or comes crashing down to the ground. Parker, Pengu, Dev, Marta, have fun with this one.
We sure will, Jacob, and thank you so much to the desk for such wonderful insight. I was hoping that Los would put up more of a fight than we've seen so far, but most fairy tale endings have some downs before the inevitable climb. Was this just a precursor to the comeback of the century, or are Los done?
I mean, there are 2 ways to think, right? Backs against the wall, you lash out.
Yes or no?
W7 takes it.
No!
Boo! I'm sorry.
I'm here for the comeback narrative, man. If this is a comeback, it will be one of the greatest games we've ever seen.
I mean, I want to finish my point, actually, okay?
Oh, get in there.
Because it speaks to the mental of the players. Either it's backs against the wall, you lash out, you make things happen, you have nothing to lose if you're Los now. You make the comeback. Or you fall flat because your mentality is shattered and confidence is done for.
Well, we've been treated to a relatively quick day. Is this the end of the line for Los? Do W7M outmuscle them? Bank is ready. Map 3 on the board.
And if it is a 3-0 in the series, it could be the most dominant match in a grand final we have ever seen in Rainbow Six Major history. Up to this point, the most dominant grand final was actually one of yours, Nicholas. It
Must
was
have been Paris Major in that case.
the Paris Major, 6-2, 6-2, 6-2, G2. And there is a chance that W7m could one-up even the greats. Of course, there's a long way to go for W7m to forge the level of a dynasty that G2 achieved in that period, but another major win here sets them up for a perfect home run at Six Invitational in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and they have been making this story for themselves since the Chalet Major. When they first put themselves on the map internationally, they have not done worse than getting top 4. We're talking Berlin Major, Jönköping Major in Sweden, Invitationals this year, and then Copenhagen Major where they raised the trophy. Top 4 or better in the last year and a bit of competitive Siege and Tier 1 level of play, that is basically unheard of unless you go back to like 2018.
And I mean, even just this year, second place at SI on an incredible run where it seemed like they were going to be able to do it, but there's always just a little bit of magic with that G2 team in Montreal. You can't really shoot through that much plot armor. But then you go to Copenhagen, which is neutral ground.
Oh yeah.
W7m put on an absolute clinic. There's no favorites here in Atlanta, and it's happening again. Now, we don't want to finish writing the story of Los before it's done. They earned their keep. They made it here because of the potential that they have. But W7m, it's just they've got so many tools at their disposal. How do you overcome a team that just doesn't miss and doesn't commit any missteps?
The first thing that Los have to do is get Hertz off the board. He's having a life game today. It is his time to shine. Hertz has always been a star player, but he's come to form here in Atlanta. And especially with map 2, you don't want to be coming up against him in the early round. Los need to shut him down. Now, W7m start on the defense. For the first 2 maps, they started on the unfavored side and yet took an advantage. Bank is dead 50-50. 118 rounds played at the Atlanta Major. That is 59 for the attack, 59 for defense. It could not get more even here on map number 3.
Well, I guess that's the bad to start. Mine's gonna jump on in, up top for this roam clear. There's no defenders roaming about. They had the pre-placed drone, they got the intel, only losing 1 in that prep phase. Solus and Asami banned in all 3 maps so far. This time, W7m, they opt for that target ban onto Monty instead. It's gonna hinder Los' attacking pace, if I wanna say anything, because now those direct attacks from Garage, from Server Tunnel towards that basement bomb side are not really gonna be possible any longer, so things will have to change for Los. Force that full roam clear, reach the hatches, and use stuff like Capital or Ying to break the bomb site apart later.
Now, because Los are on attack and they're the team that is staring down potential defeat, I'm going to ask you, these first 3 rounds, what are your expectations? What are the worrying signs for Los? When do you say to yourself, they're in trouble?
If they're too slow, I know it's such a simple thing, but on Bank, if there's no roamers like we see right now, if you don't get all the hatches opened up and start, pressuring Casey on blue stairs at about 1 minute 45, 1 minute 30, you are simply too slow for your own good because nothing's up against you. That map control should be instantaneous. 1:45 on the dot. Nate goes in, forces those canisters out, clears the barbed wire, hatches being opened up. So far, Los are perfectly on pace to take this round victory, but they cannot slow down from this point onwards.
Yeah, this is a very good start for Los. Like you said, a lot of progress made. However, KZ will not give up so easily. He still resides on the blue stairs, and he has another Vulcan canister to support him. Oh, Dash! The Twitch drone gets shot! That is a pivotal moment.
But did it get... It did get it.
Well, it's got more to find as well on the bomb site. There's also one in blue stairs, which has now been detonated. And here comes Loban. He's dropped down into server. He needs to evade pressure from the side as the opening kill goes for Los. KZ has been taken down, and a minute to work with puts Los in a very strong position.
This is it, the clock. They got a minute to work with, and they took out Casey on the smoke babe. So what can stop them right now? 2 C4s from Philipbox and Nate, that's it. So strategically right now, Los in an excellent position. But if they hit that C4 midair and deny it from stopping the plant, they will win this round.
The Warden is perfectly positioned for this. A nice 1-tap. Down goes Cameraman, the Maverick, making those holes, but they cut both ways. Now it's Maya down to JV92. The stack up at the moment as yet another player goes into the same position. Philipbox moved off of this spot. A big kill for Nade. There's the Nitro cell to go out. Flames only JV92. More winnable for Los, but still a daunting position to be in. Loban with the coverage. Nate and Herds get the 2 picks, and the first round goes in favor of W7M.
The things that I was worried about, that we all together worried about, it went according to plan. They were quick in the building, they got the utility done work done, opened the hatches, cleared the server staircase, but the execute, the quote-unquote simple part of the round, that's where things fell apart. And it's a matter of W7m hitting some nasty shots, but also those exposing themselves to unnecessary, very deep angles, deep in towards the bomb side. The C4 should have been the downfall, but it became simple gunplay from Nate behind a mirror window that completely stopped that push.
And when you talk about the operator bans, Mira has been left in, as you said, and was instrumental in assuring that shot onto cameraman, which is when the round started to turn. The other thing that Los could be bringing to stop those angles from the Mira being as impactful
it's a nice sign.
is the Monty and the Osa, these shield operators where you can set down a nice spot to plant, or you can be the Monty, plant like a turtle with the shield on your back. Both of these were banned on out, making it far more challenging to force down a plant in this position, safe from lines of sight. And so the Mira finds even more impact. The Twitch unable to support, and of course, by the time those picks came through, a retake up into open area to rain down terror from the hatches above was fairly straightforward for W7M. A very dominant first round, despite losing KZ early.
Los's lineup has changed an awful lot with the operator repick coming in for pretty much everybody. Ying on the board, a Nook on the board. It's not uncommon to see a Nook on that bottom bomb site, but instead it's going to be open area, so go through main lobby. That tends to be the place that we see the Nook go. Will there be enough visual coverage from W7M?
I think the best thing you can do if you're Los is changing things up. But sometimes you might change something, but some things still stay the same. KC opening kill, and unfortunately, it's onto the Ying, your execute operator.
But he was laughing.
I mean,
they got that pick and KZ just chuckles.
He's like, they just lost the Ying. This one's gonna be easy. Now Maya on the Nook could be the difference maker, but he has to find at least 1, preferably 2 kills up this red staircase.
Oh, this is classic desperation from Los. Philippov's on the other side. What an easy freebie. But W7M, Dots can finally put down Hertz. Hang on a second, he's in the goddamn top floor, and he's already taken 2 players with him. Philippov steals one back, however. And in this position, W7M fall to pieces, they crumble. Cameraman, what the hell is that loadout? The suppressed cameras claims one, and now Los have a numbers advantage. Critical that they do not lose it from here.
JV92's got watch from down below, as Loban and him are in a stare-off for the ages. No case control for Los, but if you've only got a single kill to be found, it's not the end of the world.
JV has been the anchor player for W7M this tournament, always clutching up, winning those 1v1s and those 1v2s. Done it so many times this tournament, and he's in a prime position here as well. Doesn't have a C4, got that shield instead. But right now, they're both playing the waiting game, waiting for intel from cameraman. But so far, JV has gone misdroned. They can deduct that he might be in the small copy room, but if they don't assume so, he might just get a free kill down the hatch drop.
Here's those sounds. Whoa! Repositioning.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
I could not understand what that was. There's the drop. JV92 knows his limitations, worried about a play from the door. He's got that black mirror working against him, but still, the spot he's on, he's expecting a hatch drop, not realizing that the case is so close by. A wall next to him. Cameraman sneaks in. There was no coverage. What are you going to do in that position?
Call him cameraman. He may as well be Camera's man, making that DMR sing for Los. Finally, they have stemmed the bleeding. It was 3 rounds between this and the previous game in a row for W7M. Los finally on the board on Bank, and a solid round too.
One of my favorite things to see pro teams do in those like 1v1s and 2v1s, etc., is to bleed out your opponent in terms of time. When JV gets the 1v2, adrenaline is flowing. He's feeling it. He's excited. He wants to go right now. They droned for a minute straight, just waiting. And adrenaline, it leaves his body. When the fight comes in, that fight-or-fight instinct, well, JV was running away from the fight, giving up so much space to the attack inside, standing still waiting for something to happen, and get shot in the back. We don't see it very often, nor this load off from cameraman, but sometimes doing something in a different way can be the right approach.
Well, I mean, if you don't have information and you're just trying to play off of sound, maybe even a call from your teammates could be your undoing. I've spoken with players after we've roasted them on a broadcast and say, why are you looking in that direction? There's nobody there. So somebody said they heard something on cams. I mean, sure, maybe it's copium. You're just willing to blame your teammates. But at the end of the day, if somebody on your team says, oh, one's up in stock, one in stock, one in stock.
Yeah.
You're not going to say, are you sure?
You shouldn't say that at least, no. Gotta believe. And I said I might change every single round. Very different operators. First round, Capital was the big kind of thing to note for the attack inside. Then we saw the Ying. Now we're seeing Glass, we're seeing the Blitz, so things very much changed around. There is one pretty common execute here, where Glass will go on the C rappel, smoke the bomb site, rappel in and plant. While that happens, Blitz will rush the janitor's closet and cause a distraction, trade 1-for-1, but the bomb goes down. G2 did this at SI earlier this year, where you kind of make this fake play onto janitors that isn't the main cause of execute. Right now they're setting up, they're on the bomb site with the repels, opening things up and setting up on the skylight portion as well to see where this push will come from.
The Gridlock coming into the meta getting grenades puts her in a very strong position to support this push with her track stingers. However, Dash actually has smokes for this execute to support the Glaz instead. So a very smoke-heavy push means that the pressure is on the info gathering from W7m to deny this eventual push.
Explosions now coming in over towards Square, where Dots will likely survey the work that he's done with those Selmas. Well, the impacts from Felipox takes out a castle barricade, allowing a larger line of sight towards the back of the CEO site. There go the smokes that you talked about. Dots walking in, Cameraman losing the duel! Loban the only one on the board, but the silent assassin of Glaz in for the fight. Loban out-dueling the Kaid. He's last alive, finished off by Felipox. It was a good gamble, and ultimately things seem to be working out, but again, W7m are just a team that you can never count out of any fight.
The strategy was clear. We'd seen it before. They played it pretty much flawlessly in the execution portion. Blitz goes in janitors, gets the opening, gets the distraction. Glass and window repel with the smoke grenades, but they lost every single gunfight. Even the flank watch bottom square staircase. You got one job, hold one angle and shoot the person that crosses your crosshair. Instead, he lost the gunfight.
And when you're playing on LAN, when you're playing in a finals, when it's a high-stress, high-pressure environment, it's not that he doesn't have the skill to win that gunfight. It's that in this situation, there is no way he can perform up to his standard. I mean, can you give us some insight? What is it like to play on this level of stage? Think back to when you were less experienced, as 4 of these Lowe's players are. This is only their second time on the main stage and their first time in a grand final. How much do those nerves affect simple things like landing an easy kill?
It's nerve-wracking. I mean, you're sitting there and everything is so easy in your head, but then you guys do the action and you feel the pressure of every single decision that you make, right? Especially when you're down on match point, on what could be the possible final map in the best of 5. You're sitting there and your risk assessment changes, right? If you're sitting at home, cozy and comfy, you can go for the craziest play after craziest play because the outcome doesn't really matter all that much. Right now, making the wrong decision at the wrong time can cost you a round. That round can cost you the map, and that map can cost you the entire series. So right now, Lowe's, they need to keep their risk assessment to a normal level where they're not afraid to go for plays that they otherwise would be making, because shaking when it matters the most is exactly how you're going to lose 0-3 in the grand finals.
It truly is a miracle that Lowe's are even here in a grand final to begin with. If this was going to be an all-Brazil final, I'm sure everyone would have expected it to be FaZe. But Cameraman found revenge against his former team 2-0 yesterday. And now Lowe's have to prove that that was not just a grudge match. That was not just a fluke. That was proof that these guys deserve to be considered up there with the greats.
There's a logic bomb that'll go out and knock these players off of their cams. It's the last one, in fact. Both logic bombs used within the first minute. Maybe a bit early, but the assessment I'd imagine from Los is that they need early map control. Maya assassinating Felipox, but the trades from W7m are as good as ever. JV92 with the pick and then immediately retreating to the basement.
This is classic W7m. They play a one-person basement staircase, one elevator, and then one open air. And they always go for the triple swing. There's no easy counter spells, verticality. Hatch open up, Nate can drop, just waiting for that final drone to pick.
No way.
Or...
So close.
And they think it's clear. He's
essentially a three-way crossfire, and elsewhere, the defense have come to life. Herds has found his big pick.
Dot's engaging, but they still don't know that Nate is in that spot. He hasn't moved a muscle, and this could be a rude awakening, but no, hold on, never mind. Sorry, Herds is just gonna kill everybody. Doesn't matter who you are or what you do. Herds is going to slaughter your whole team. We could have another lined up now. They're like, oh wait, Nate is still in there? I couldn't believe that one. I thought we got rid of him. What's he doing? 3-1 for W7m.
I gotta say, one of the most important aspects of these kinds of events, these kinds of high-stake matches is you need to watch your opponents on how they play certain maps, every map in fact. If you've seen W7m play Bank at this event, you should know exactly how that round plays out. And there's a very simple counter that helps you clear out that roam. You take top floor control in that stock area office, you open the floor to deny the Valkyrie from swinging double door open area into that elevator portion of the map. They didn't open up the floor, they walked down the main staircase, and guess what? Yeah, they get a 1-for-1 trade, but it's the defenders that keep the map control. They have the crossfire, the counter fire goes wide, doesn't clear out Nate either on the Goyo inside the elevator, and all of a sudden, they have no way into the map clear. So, if you can't clear out the roam, you can't clear the side, you can't win the round, and Hertz, he's disrespecting Lowe's right now, he's swinging everything time and time again. Good timing, good reads, incredible accurate gunplay, and getting so many absurd kills.
This guy's mechanics are simply next level, and Igor very proud of his player for that. Hertz has stepped up massively in this match, and he's making it look like T-Hunt.
That's gone soon, by the way.
F in chat.
That's going to be a reference that newer players aren't going to get. But
Going to be an OG. Imagine if you're an OG to reference that.
Like, imagine your kid goes through your replay files like, Dad, what's this T-Hunt thing clip that I see on your PC? Start crying. Those were great times, son.
Los need to step up now. I think it was you who posed the question earlier, Parker. At what point do we call for concern? And I think that of the first 3 rounds, Los needed 1. And of the half, they need 2 minimum.
Yeah.
3 ideally. 4 would be great, but I mean, that was never going to happen,
Not
let's be
realistic.
honest.
Nope.
But 3 would be massive here. If Los win the next 2 rounds, this is very much game on. If not, I'd be very scared.
Well, I mean, you mentioned it yourself, right? This is a 50-50 map at this point. Yeah. Neither side has an inherent advantage, and with it being Los's map, 3 rounds are the minimum for the first half where I am comfortable to say, all right, this is going to be competitive.
With their pick as well.
No, that's exactly it. I mean, if you can't win 3 rounds on a 50-50 map that you chose, there's going to be some troubling signs. Now, they do get the first pick onto KZ. That's huge. Maya sustaining some damage. Herds in a tough spot. There's life from Los as they breach this top floor.
Thing is, they're standing behind mirror windows, they're sitting still, right? This is one of the few rounds with W7m, they're not playing the map. They're playing behind mirror windows up against the Ying, so they fall, they're blinded, they can't see a thing. No Warden being played the last 2 rounds by Ying and Glass having presence. A little bit puzzling, but when Hertz are hitting the stretch that he has been, you don't need utility, you think. And all of a sudden, W7m, they might have picked the wrong orbit lineup for this bump side.
Well, I like the way they're trying to play aggressive. They've used those yokais to support some early aggression, but now, of course, from a deficit, they will have to try to consolidate. And for Los, they use that execute-heavy utility to take the top floor. Yes, it drained most of their Candelas and a fair amount of their drones, which, by the way, they only have 2 left. So they will need to rely on information from these hacked cameras and from the gusto of simply moving forward, trading each other out. They have a numbers advantage. Even with 2 drones, they should be winning this round.
The good news if you're W7m, you know where most of this is going to come from. You're going to have 2 players drop the hatch. If the first hatch player loses their duel onto Philippox, things go very bad very quickly for Los. Absolutely need that, and there's a nade tossed out. It works, they triple up on it. JV92 and Nade, though, still very much alive. Nade's not aware that there's another player tucked into the common spot. JV to take it back. Losing some information, cannot lose his head. Diffuser down, and now JV92 over towards Archives. Has to be very careful of the rotate. Created earlier. Another player from Los, laying in wait, not too far off from Tellers. It's a double swing. Los their second round.
They need that so badly. And I think it comes back down to the operator selection. Los, every single tank around, bringing different kinds of utility. The Kowtow, the Glass, the Blitz, the Ying, kind of on and off. It's hard now for W7m to read, okay, what's actually happening next? And attackers have operator repick, defenders don't. So you cannot make that adaptation. As long as Los can read it correctly and get the right operator lineup every single round, they might get that 3-3 half.
The door has been left wide open for Los. That locker's CCTV basement bomb site is going to be locked for the rest of this half. And now that open area staff room has proved not to be impenetrable for W7m, the onus is on the defense to conjure up a viable defense. And I don't think that's going to be easy because Los, not only did they find those 2 opening kills, but they showed exceptional restraint with that utility. In the 5 versus 3 executing onto site, they knew that they didn't have time, they didn't have the resources to drone out the map. Instead, they looked to use those hack cams to try and conjure up a push, use those nades and the Candelas to perfection. Felipox never stood a chance, and despite some heroics from the W7m players remaining, they were never going to be overcome by that significant numbers advantage that Los had established for themselves. And so I think this momentum is starting to crack Pengu. I think there's a real chance here that Los can win the half.
No, I'm with you, and you gotta assume here that Cameraman, the leader of this team, with all that experience, has a big, say and a big part in this. A fun fact is that Cameraman, if you round up, has played Pro League Siege, Tier 1 for 7 years. That's the same as if you combine Hertz, KC, and JV's experience combined in a single player. So when the rounds are tough, when it seems like it's impossible, surely it's Cameraman in his team's ear going, guys, this is what we gotta do. This is how we're gonna go about it. Remember, motivation and that voice, it has to come from someone else, and it has to be Cameraman if you're Los.
Cameraman, one of the most experienced players in the game. This is his 18th international finals event. He played 6 Pro League finals, 6 SIs, and this is his 6th major.
Okay.
It's been fascinating to watch how the conversation around Cameraman has changed, though, because he was having such a rough start to this event that we in the back rooms would talk about it and say, is he too old? Like, this whole team seems to live and die off of his experience, but he's just not getting it done when it comes to killing. He's not getting it done when it comes to the scoreboard. Suddenly, he's been flourishing in this role, still relying, of course, on the better players on the team. But that leadership is so crucial the deeper you go into an event.
It is, and it shows.
Felipox. Hold on. Okay.
We saw him, but he said, you know what, I got a second impact in my pocket, I'll go for that instead. No gun needed. Maya now 2-6, not having a great time right now in Bank. They're playing 4v5 here in the final round in the first half.
Oh my! W7m bringing the heat. Every player finding their end. But Los gets on the board before getting wiped off the map. A 4-2 first half for W7m on Los's map. 3 rounds away from repeating as major champs.
The trend continues for Los. If they lose an opening pick, they get desperate and they commit to everyone just throwing their bodies towards getting something, anything, and they so rarely can because W7m are always so ready for it. They have a perfect read onto Los, and as soon as an opening pick is in W7m's favor, they move into consolidation mode. There's very little chance that Los can get back into it. We need to see some brilliance from these players. We need to see some mental fortitude. Loban, the man he talks so much smack, is standing there like a statue.
You're absolutely right. And I think if you're going defense now, which Los they are, you gotta set up some really difficult problems for W7m to solve, essentially. Because we see these defense, what are you gonna do here? Walk up a staircase, you die. You stand on self-destruction before you die. You rebel in the window, you die. Solving these rounds for Los, it's been very difficult for them. They gotta do that same thing. Don't pick base and bomb site and set 5 guys on site waiting for something to happen. I want to see them roam proactively, go for spawn peaks like Loban's trying right now, deny some of that drone, slow down W7m, because if you make it easy for them strategically, they will make the round look easy and just take full advantage.
That is why the onus is on Los's shoulders. They have to have the confidence to go for this roam, despite being battered to a pulp in the series thus far. Map 3, with W7m up by 2 rounds. Not the worst scoreline if this was seen in isolation. However, taken into context, how dominant W7m have been in this series and how poor that last round and a half was from Los, there's no doubt that W7m are poised to take this.
Los have not led this matchup once.
Wow.
Just to show you that level of domination. W7m won round number 1 on Consulate. Los tied it up, but then it was W7m all the way down Chalet. 4 rounds in a row by W7m. Los only won 2 rounds that entire map.
Here it comes, though. That is what we need more of. Moments of brilliance. Maya to find Herds. The star fragger for W7m has been sat down, and their young gunner as well. Now, playing safe for Los. They retreat back to the bomb site. This is a good read. Only 3 players for W7m, and their way back in this is by finding those isolated 1v1s.
Exactly. It's very smart to do as a defending team. You get those picks, you fall back, and now you just play the numbers. And the thing is, W7m, they don't know this. They gotta drone the entire map, every corner, every rat's position, in the elevators, for example, and just burn more time on the clock. Time in which they don't have much of. 1 minute 20 seconds, still gotta breach open some walls, still gotta take means control, server control, etc. The one thing, the one way Los can lose this is if they get desperate, like on their attacking side, but they only got desperate when they were a man down. Now they're a 2-man up. Surely they established crossfires, they played the numbers game, and played quote-unquote smart.
So hard to attack this basement bomb site at a disadvantage in numbers. So challenging. But if there's a team that's going to be able to pull it off, James, it's W7m.
That's true. They still have the utility to open up these hatches, keeping Nate alive into the late round. KZ also remains with 1 grenade, which could be very helpful. The problem is that server hatch has been fully reinforced and electrified. KZ takes server control regardless. Los pulling back so much. They are so scared, but they can sit pretty on site. Those Vulcan canisters will stay alight for such a long time. There will be 5 seconds left on the clock, and that is all that remains when this eventual execute must come through. Dots to gas up the side as well. W7m must be desperate, but there's no second chance. They drop in. Nade amidst the smoke forces down the plant. Felipox knows he has to make a move, but he's shut down. Cameraman to land the C4. The Lion is the only thing that stands for W7m. 1 frag and consolation is not enough. Los are still very much in this game.
But the issue with winning on defense, right, James? You win that favorable basement bomb site, now things get more difficult, so we need to keep seeing this live from Los. I don't want to see them hide behind mirror windows, but I see them do the same thing they did here, get active on the map, roam, and play proactively against W7m.
Both of these teams through only 1 round of W7m on attack, so obviously small sample size, but both of these teams having some obvious struggles with drone work. This goes back to what we saw on Chalet, where Los was struggling very hard to gain any type of foothold in the building, gain information. Well, Chalet might be an unpredictable map from time to time, but Bank is even bigger. It's even harder for you to drone it out if you are not well coordinated. W7m are a team that historically hasn't really had this issue. So again, it's just a single round. But if Los can tie it up with a win on their second defense, then we can start to ask the question, are there issues running afoul of intel for W7m?
But there's a huge risk taken here. As you said, the second defense is essential for Los, and they've decided to throw a curveball in the mix. They're taking us to the Teller's Archives bomb site, which we'll see right now. For Leapox, he's actually gone for the Amaru. What is W7m looking to cook up to deal with this very unusual bomb site choice from Los?
I mean, if you have a pre-placed drone, you take top block control very quickly, then all of a sudden you can start destroying that bomb site floor because KC on the ramp can just toss those boogie drones in. It tears the floor apart already, applying that pressure to the roamers, applying pressure to the bomb site itself, and it's gonna apply or rather force those to respond to this CR window repel, playing in corners, tucked away, which might open things up for the attackers to find a pick somewhere, but they're gonna slow things down. Hurt to scan things, where are the players droning from, where's the utility? They're not gonna act just yet.
They used one of those boogie drones to create an awful racket upstairs, and Los still holding on. Ooh.
What you gonna do about it though, right?
Yeah, nothing at this point.
I think he just is getting the read of where this Echo is playing because, of course, Cameraman is likely looking to hold on to that position for the whole round. Hang on a second. We've got Amaru on the board. Is there a chance he could make his way up the hatch and contest this Echo?
They need distraction is what they need. If they catch him on cams, he could go for it. If IQ gives the word.
Well, there are flashes in pocket. He could try and make this play. There is no doubt. He's heard Cameraman ahead
Hurts
of
is
him.
waiting for it. You see the outline. He's scanning for it. So Hurts is waiting. When he sees the icon, gives it to Philippox and goes up the hatch. But Hurts not running away. They might have given up on this play, unfortunately.
Still, wait, the thing is that when you go onto your cams, you make noise.
It's true.
So the moment that Echo goes onto that cam, Philippox will know that.
Oh, he knows.
There it goes. Here Philippox.
Yep.
Philippox plays off it. But he gets baited into it. Bloodshed spilt all over the server. Los trailing in numbers as Dots dies, giving W7m the advantage with 1 minute left in the round.
That's beautiful. Beautiful play, right? Utility, intel game, the bait and switch back and forth, and it favors W7m in the end, but the play itself didn't work.
The play didn't work thanks to Cameraman's heroics, and he will need to demonstrate more of that. Holding a position, trapped away from the bomb site, and there's plenty of info for W7m. They know where he lays. They know where these yokais are. JV to send a flash through. This could be the end of him, but Mai is taking on KZ! Cameraman! When he is called upon, he shall deliver. Hurts the star fragger for W7m with the diffuser available. But here comes the yokai from Cameraman. Pacing is essentially, has he got the time? Not enough! Los must now retake as Hurts has the chance to lock in the round, but not if Cameraman has anything to say about it. Together he and Maya overcome the star from W7m, and they tie the scoreline.
We talk about experience. We talk about star players. Cameraman finding kill after kill, almost denying the plan, but stunning the player in the process, setting Maya up that 1 versus 1 success. What a clutch of a round for him inside the elevator.
What more could you want from a single round of Siege?
That's great.
You had everything. You had excellent coordination, great utility play, a nail-biter of a finish, individual heroics, and one of the oldest dogs seemingly learning a new trick on the spot. It was beautiful.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Everything just came together so nicely. Los have tied the game, seemingly imbued with motivation and energy that has been absent since we finished map number 1. There is new life and new blood coursing through the veins of this Los team, and that is worrying for W7m, because when this happens to Los, they tend to win.
A lot of vigor for a player, 30 years of age. Cameraman,
how do you know? How do you know?
Cameraman set the record for the oldest player to win a major, all the way back with FaZe in Yavle. Now that was broken by Renshiro last year in Jönköping. And if Cameraman wins here, he will break it once again.
Really is an old dog, huh?
Well, it's actually never
That's why I said it.
No.
That's why I said it.
No? How about this, Parker? I know you're a mature man yourself. An old dog. But no player
I've been called worse.
over the age of 30 has ever won a major.
Okay.
Cameraman could be the first here.
How old is Fabian?
Oh, as a player. As a player.
That is such a shot towards Fabian too.
It was an honest question.
He's like 28, 27.
Is he really?
He's 27. He's 27.
A lot of players that you think are older than they are that are seemingly OGs.
I'm
but
shooting
actually
27. I'm going to Google it.
Pull up the Wikipedia page.
I am. Any guesses? I'm saying 27.
I'm going to say 29.
I'll go 28. Right in the middle.
I got you. He's 29.
Damn.
Wow.
I'm the best.
I should have known better.
Still not as old as Cameraman.
Oh! JV92 cut off a wire on lobby window. Los have not led this series. With that early first pick, they've given themselves what might be one of their finest opportunities to do that. Both teams still with their timeout as well, worth noting, just in case something goes awry, they could settle things down.
Yeah, they can, but you said, James, that when Los were down in numbers in the attack inside, they went for desperate plays. W7m, they don't typically go for desperate plays, but they might need to, because catching opponents off guard now might be your only chance in this open area attack. You got Nade on the Ying, you got the Togepi, etc. Just say, okay, 3, 2, 1, here we're gonna go, boys. If you make a predictable attack right now, I don't know how they're gonna actually overcome Los' defense. They're everywhere. Downstairs, primary floor, they're roaming top to start things off as well. They've completely locked out W7m, and you don't seem to have an easy way to figure this out. No primary hard reach either, so this quad wall for cameraman is gonna stay intact.
Well, the one thing that Los has at their disposal is information. The Rooney Gates, the Legion Goo Mines, the Pests to possibly take a drone away, the Black Eye Cams as well. They've got so much information, and they are using it beautifully. A 5v2 that quickly becomes a 4v2 thanks to Philippe Pox's position in square. Now it's Maya getting softened up as well. Herds down for the count. 1 kill to be found for Los to snatch their first lead of the series. Philippe Pox has the down onto Loban. He's starved for utility, only 2 flashes to his name. Might as well confirm the kill. That one's for Siege GG. Information now as to the next position as the yellow ping will guide him forward. Los takes the lead.
Didn't see this coming, James. I did not see this one coming, but when your back's against the wall, I said you have 2 modes. You lash out and you fight back, or you simply give up. They are fighting back right now.
And there's a very fine line between bravery and desperation. And on map 1 and 2, desperate was the only word that I could think of to describe Los, but now they are daring to make the first move. They are daring to contest W7m. It's taken them some time, but they are warmed up. They are well and truly here, and for the first time in the series, they have the lead. W7m are on the back foot, and now they themselves take their tactical timeout.
And that's the mental winner right now if you're Los. You get the round, fair enough, that's one thing. You know, you're 1 round closer to victory. But forcing out a timeout, it's one of those like, oh, that feels good. We got them exactly where we want them. They don't know what's going on. Their coach are seeing a bunch of problems, either with the mentality, their communication, or strategically. So you're sitting there, and while W7m got a problem solve, you also get to talk to your teammates and your coach if you're Los, and you get to adapt now. Okay, what do we think that W7m are going to change on their attacking rounds? What prep work have we done? What have we not seen from them yet? And you proactively work towards the possible future of attacking rounds and shut that down as well. So this favors Los tremendously.
Yeah, and Maya had such a large round there. 3 kills in a row with the DMR. This is the energy that he has been looking for, and the energy that you guys in the crowd have given to Los. Now, map point 1 round away for the team on the defense with now the favored bomb site unlocked. Pengu, I think realistically, Los have a serious chance of pushing us to map point here and extending this lead further.
I mean, it certainly looks that way with this bomb site rotation, and they're not gonna bunker down, and I love this because you said they're daring W7m. They're not gonna hide on the bomb site, no. They're gonna get the castle barricades out, the roam extension open area, start top floor, find those flank cams. Only found 1 so far, but they wanna fight back, not just lay down. The issue here is W7m, they do have the glass. They have only 1 set of smokes though. If they wanted to, they could go for a garage take with the glass, get that long line of sight, or they can go for the roam clear. But the issue is when you got the Zero, the glass, the Lion, you're mostly focused about the bomb set execute itself. You don't have the strongest operators available to deal with a roam clear, so if Los can win on the roam, they can very well take the round very easily.
What's more, there's also not a lot of hard breach here for W7m. They opted not to go with the Hibana. They're relying on the Zero with the secondary hard breach and the Ace. But here comes some action. The fire from above, seemingly just delaying time. That was a Vulcan canister off on the roam to try and delay. KZ, what a gnarly shot. C4 dissipated out of thin air, and now W7m must decide how to use their very sparse hard breach.
I love this so much. The fallback, cancel off that double door, and just say, we're here, we're gone, we're here, we're gone, and just wasting so much time. Remember, I said at 1 minute 45, you want to stop breaking over those hatches, or at least at 1 minute 30. W7m are nowhere near that pace right now. They're super far behind.
They're going to have to sink their teeth into this open area hold that we see Loban and Dash still on. Good coordination, but Dash gets the last laugh on the KZ. Not before JV can follow up. The advantage for W7m. Dots is gone as well. More pressure onto the shoulders of these 2 remaining defenders down below. Los just gained the lead. They don't want to relinquish it this quickly, but W7m are showing an eagerness to tie it up.
This is ridiculous. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Cameraman be the hero now? He'll need to be. Nitro Cell to open up one of the doorways, giving him vision. Holding that TCSG. Oh, slaughtering JV92. Do not count out that weapon. There's smoke, depriving him of the line of sight, and with the glass on the board, Cameraman looking with that experience.
Diffuser.
Philippox and Cameraman in a 1v1. Diffuser down to hunt for kills, to push them to map. Cameraman gets it done! Los on that point!
This guy's played the game for 6.5 years at a professional level. 18 international finals appearances and a major trophy to boot. FaZe, the memories of that team long since passed, but a new identity can be carved for himself with this team of Los. Cameraman, 30 years of age, but damn, he's still got it.
He flipped that round single-handedly, and it was a back and forth, right? Low started off hot. A phenomenal mid-round adaptation from W7m to regain control over that open area portion and gain a numbers advantage out of nowhere. And 1v4 with the TCG in hand, Cameraman being enabled, taking those 1v1s with him every single time, rotating around beautifully, reading that situation perfectly, and seals the round for Los. That's gotta feel good if you're Cameraman.
Not much feels better than that. Standing ovation from the crowd as he stood up after achieving that 1 versus 3 clutch where he realistically never should have won. How much does that weigh on W7m's conscience now?
Yeah.
2 match points before Los to send us to a 4th map. We were wondering, is this going to be the most dominant final we have seen since the Paris Major? Well, I don't think so anymore. Los are fighting every single round for a chance to push us to another map.
No, it's certainly changed. And I mean, the thing is, if you're W7m, I mean, you should have won that round. So it's a 4v1. Like, you don't want to just run at your opponent. The thing is, Cameraman, he can't shoot straight. This guy's done for. No, you do not underestimate anybody in a 4 versus 1. That's how you lose those rounds. You open yourself to be vulnerable, and then all you gotta do is shoot back a little bit.
We hate to point the finger, by the way, but that was all on Philippox not covering when the glass pushed up.
That's a fair point.
The Lion died over by vault. You knew that he was by that vault door. You knew that he was by the overturned bank cart. So what do? You put the glass in position to get the cross. That's great. But Philippox needs to watch lockers. He wasn't in that position to do it, and it cost them dearly.
Yeah, big boo-boo for the birthday boy, but there's still a chance to make a comeback here for W7m. They are still the favored team in this match, and they are still incessant on these attacks. Good drone work. Dash flashed out. He's got a solid position with this Echo inside of the elevator. But this fortress on the bomb site has slowly but surely been whittled away by the W7m attack.
This is one of the first rounds where it's about Los sitting still in corners and playing the objective. So W7m, all they gotta do is problem solve here. They got the capital fire. They've already used their nades though, so they have to make a 3-2-1 style execute up a staircase somewhere and break this apart.
Damage is now being done to Philippox. His ascent begins on the stairs. Maya, the first pick. Goodbye to Herds. Looking far more mortal in this map than we've seen throughout most of this event. Relatively even kills across the board for both teams, in fact. But that doesn't work well for W7m, who are currently behind in kills. Maya wants some more, boys.
He's a hungry man. KZ on the other side, far superior HP. Nade looking to regroup with his team. W7m have not committed to a square push as of yet. They need to find an opening, but Dots is about to give them one! No, he will not! He'll shut them on down. W7m claw back a single kill, but for the 3 that have fallen, it may be the end of W7m on bank. Los looking to shut down the Brazilian dominance. But not if JV's got anything to say about it. A 1v2 looks so winnable for the Hibana. JV, another player spotted! 4 kills!
god. It's been so long since we've seen an echo clutch in a round, but it happened here, and it came down to the very last second of the third map, and Lowe's are looking alive, and they have just proved to us now that this will be a series.
Well, Jesse's got the breakdown on that, and oh boy, I don't even know what you want to focus on since there were so many great moments. Jesse, take it away.
Thank you, Parker. I will. There were a ton of crazy good moments throughout that game, but I wanted to focus on one which I think showed both an example of poor coordination and good coordination in the same round. This is round number 5, the start of the comeback coming through, and we're trying to clear the execute on the top floor, right? We're going to have Ying Candelas coming through from Maya to start things off, and the way W7m responds to this is very discoordinated. They're going to do 3 separate things with 3 separate players. KZ is on the square stairs. He's going to come up and try to help out his teammates, reacting to the Candelas by getting aggressive. Nade is going to run away with the Candelas. He's top floor. He's going to try to escape to respond to the Candelas. And then the last person top floor, Herds, is not going to do anything. He's going to sit still, letting his teammates move around him. All 3 of these players are doing different things to respond to this Candela, and it's going to end up going horribly for them. Watch it come through and take a look first over by square stairs. KZ, he's going to be the one taken down from Skylight. You can't see the frag going down because the player's on the roof, but he will go down. Then you're going to see some damage get taken onto Nade as he runs away. He falls off to go back down the stairs. And then check out this coordination going on to Herds. Even in the chaotic top clear, they go for a really coordinated push with 2 separate angles. Loban and Maya isolating this player because he's the only one left on the top floor and taking him down. This is excellently done to coordinate and take that top floor clear. Boom, easy little pick. Now you've got a massive 2-man advantage. Now, it's a relatively simple execute from here on out. They're going to drop the stock hatch, but I wanted to show you because it was so clean anyways. So we'll watch this happen. First, you're going to check out just how the the sledge drops in with the frag grenade, and watch how he tosses it as he drops down to find a pick to start this off. There he goes, throws the nade. Boom, full epochs, ends up falling from the grenade. He will get finished off shortly after this. And then they do get 1 singular trade back, but as this goes on through, check a look at, again, the angles. We've got 1 person dropping the hatch. We've got 1 person coming in through the doorway. 1 person is going to end up coming in through the breach, and then 1 person coming in through printer. They've got so many angles to isolate Nade, who is all alone because the last player, you can't really see him on the camera, but he's over here on the right-hand side, completely trying to watch the flank, but nobody's coming from that direction. Again, miscoordination coming through from W7m and perfect coordination from Los. Now, we'll watch the end of this. You'll see the trades come through. Again, it's an advantage to execute, but I still did think it was extremely clean and worth showcasing. That is one of the rounds that started the comeback for Los. They struggled on their attacks, but this was a brilliantly executed one. Pangu on the cast talked about how the idea on the top floor roam from W7m just wasn't the play, and I think this is a great example of why it didn't work out. They will win the final frag. There it is, and we get to see Los come back and stay alive in this series. We have 3 beautiful people on the desk to break down the rest of this game, so let's go over there and see what they have to say.
Aw, thanks so much, Jesse. Okay, what about that comeback? Is Los turning it around? Okay, I mean, honestly, after that map, I am a believer. We gotta talk about cameraman. I was literally elbowing and punching fresh. Laxing, cameraman, clutch, king.
Listen, I was trying to be biased a little bit, but I found myself in that 1v4 just getting hyped, and then when he clutched, I was like, yeah!
We were all screaming.
I mean, it was an amazing clutch from cameraman, and Pango and all them were touching up on it. Just because you're old doesn't mean you don't got it.
Oh man, he is a veteran, but he's shown us why he's been in the game so long, right, Fresh?
It was that composure. That's exactly what it was. In that environment, 1v4, just isolate your 1v1 engagements and win them, and that's exactly what he did. I actually thought Lost did exactly what I hoped that they would do. Start out on the attack, get a foothold. Wasn't a great attack half by all means, but that round that Jesse just illustrated, it got them that 2-4 split. And then if and when W7m make any mistakes, as we see this cameraman clutch now, if they make any mistakes, you best be there and you best take your opportunities, because that was a clutch. The round beforehand in Tellers was a 2v3 clutch. The very final round that we're about to see was a 1v1 clutch with the Echo drone. It wasn't the cleanest of games from Lost at all, right? But W7m made enough mistakes and they were there to capitalize on them. That's the key thing, is they capitalized on the mistakes, punished them, and now they've got a foothold in this best of 5.
And we were talking about it. We were struggling watching Los play those rounds because they were playing individually, and W7m was just eating it apart. But once cameraman maybe made a call saying, hey, we need to start working together, we need to start playing with one another, we need to start playing this trade game, that's when you started seeing that bounce back from Los.
Yep.
And even in those clutch rounds, sure, W7m were making those mistakes, but that's what Siege is. It's mistakes. It's a lot of mistakes. You have to hope the other team makes mistakes, and you got to hope that you can capitalize off those mistakes. That's what Los was doing beautifully.
I also think Los was taking it back to the basics with intel, utility. Laxine, you were like, Jackie, they're not playing together, they're playing individually, and then later you're like, okay, Jackie, they're gelling.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go back to the basics. You don't got to do anything extra. You don't got to make comms hectic. You don't got to make the play hectic. You just got to play with your teammate, play confident, and that's exactly what we were seeing.
Yeah, and I think it was a distinct change in the style. That's exactly what they did, was just double up, start trying to overwhelm some of the W7m players, start making the trade game in their favor, and they did it perfectly. You know, it took a while, and it took a while for them to even settle into this best of 5, but they're here now, and that win and the manner in which they won it will give them a lot of confidence.
Okay, crowd, y'all ready for another map? Okay, well, we're gonna take a short break, but we'll be right back.
We are Scots. This is Siege Snacks. アメリカのお菓子って何？いや、どういうありますか？甘い。デザート系がいい。スイーツ。お、うまそう。なんか絶対美味しい。パン系。パン系。甘そう。これはうまいよ。これは大丈夫。これはうまい。いただきます。いただきます。うまい。マジでうまい。これうまいわ。何？大丈夫？こいつ？みんな酸っぱくない。大丈夫？これ。大丈夫？マジで。怖っ。透明系の入れてんの？僕ね。うまいよ。うまいよ。レモン系の風味あるよ。雰囲気のある。ある。食べたことあるこれ。おー、ピーナッツやん。普通バターみたいな。傘なんだよ。俺だけでかくない。いただきます。いただきます。ピーナッツバターじゃね？ピーナッツ。うまい。ヤミー。酸っぱくない。なんか酸っぱい。酸っぱい。まあでも多分まあでもピーナッツバタージェリーサンドですね。Yes。まあ全然5個中3個ぐらい。おお、うまそう。これチーズタルトじゃん。シナモンっぽいね。あ、シナモンだ。いただきます。いただきます。これどうやってこうやった。くそ。あ、ちょっといただきます。うまい。シナモンオンリータルト。俺好きだよこれ。ほんまに。俺好きだよ。いやシナモンだよ。チュロス多すぎる。これがパンケンパイです。パンケン？これキャラメルじゃねえよ。かぼちゃなの？かぼちゃじゃない。新しいねこれは。俺好きだよマジで。まあ俺もいやないし。全然あったら食べる。じゃあ食い。俺こう。半分。中くらい。ぜひアメリカに来たらパンプキンパイ食べてみてください。シーズン3個見てくれてありがとうございました。またメジャーでお会いしましょう。バイバイ。バイバイ。
clear as day. Okay, well, Los has an uphill battle. We love that last map, though, but we got to be real here. Okay, so I do want to talk about desperation versus daring, though. On that last map, though, they were fighting so hard. They did not seem scared at all. Nothing to lose.
No, I think they found the rhythm that they need to be playing at and the play style that they need to be delivering towards W7M to break through that W7M brick wall that's been in front of them, and they did break through it. But it's a matter, can they continue to keep passing that?
It's the very first time we've seen Lost really get a grip on how W7M play, and even then it was a scrappy game. So we want to see them, you know, especially in one half, we want to see them compete throughout the whole game.
Definitely.
Because they lost the first half on Bank, and then they had to bring it back, and they did bring it back. But now they've got that grip on the understanding of how W7M play. They've settled into it. They've won a map. I'm hoping Lost can start showing us the loss that we've seen throughout this tournament.
Okay, so map 4 Kafe. This could get real fun, y'all. I was talking to Fresh and Laxing about this, and both these teams love this map.
Yeah, I mean, Los showed a big surprise against DZ, completely stumping them all the way through that map, catching them in, FaZe. Completely throwing off FaZe in that map. You know, hiding in these little spots with Dash and Dats, playing off each other. That's where we really saw those two players shine specifically. So going into this map, you're gonna have to think for W7M. How are you gonna fix that? How are you gonna find them on this map? Where are you gonna stop them? Where's gonna be those points where those initial engagements are gonna happen? How are you gonna contest that?
Okay.
And I know that Jesse is probably in the back somewhere, like, being so happy, because yesterday he really wanted to see W7M and GT go head-to-head on Kafe because of the way that W7M play it and the way Brazilian Siege, we saw it from Lost yesterday, plays this map. It's very fast, it's very electric. It's not the standard, boring, slow, default Kafe that starts from top red. So both of these teams, you know, it's a saying on Kafe is that if you win your attacks, you're going to win the game. But for both of these teams, they're both super comfortable attacking Kafe. W7M had more than a 50% round win rate on it historically, on their attacks, and Lost yesterday on their attacks. They were just slapping FaZe around. So I'm very, very excited to see this Kafe, and I think it will all pin on the first half because W7M will be starting on the attack. If they can get a few rounds and kind of silence Lost a bit, then, you know, it could be Jova. But if Lost start winning some of those Kafe attacks, the momentum might change.
What's this look? You were giving him the side eye.
Yeah, well, the beautiful thing for W7 going into this, granted losing that game, is they haven't shown it yet. They haven't shown it at this event, and similar to what Los was doing, they hadn't played their maps or showed their maps, and they showed that they put a lot of work on it. So W7 does have that VOD. They do have that advantage, that prep going into this map. So Los is really going to have to apply what we were talking about in that bank, because you said it was a scrappy game. It wasn't, you know, a completely one-sided affair. Los really has to come off this starting strong, because if they don't, W7M has that surprise card of not knowing of Los of what's going to be happening throughout that map.
Okay, crowd. Who's winning? W7M? Los? Okay, Pengu Intero Dev, the crowd has spoken. Take it away.
I could say all they want, but the teams themselves have to speak, and W7M usually leaves that talk for inside of the server. Now, we go to their favored map. And they've been knocked off a little bit on their stride with that bank result, but do we honestly think it's going to change the trajectory of W7M when it comes to this grand finals?
I mean, I think if you find your pacing like Jack said, you figure out how W7M are playing these rounds, you can figure things out, but the thing is, you go from Bang to Kafe, it doesn't play out the same way.
In my view, doesn't matter what map we go to, every single map in this series, W7M will be the favorites. Los have to be the underdogs. They're going up against the reigning major champions when they didn't even make it to the previous major. However, Kafe, the last time W7M played this, they lost it to FaZe in a close 5-7. Yesterday, Los took down FaZe on Kafe 7-2. If that doesn't give you hope for Los, I have no idea what will.
There might be a little bit of magic here, and slowly but surely that prediction meter is changing. Going into Bank, it was 70-30 for W7M. Now it's 53-47. Do you believe in Los? I'm gonna channel my Jacob and say, that wasn't good enough. Do you believe in Los? We've got Kafe ready. Is this the end of the road for Los, or are they pushing all the way to map 5? Let's find out.
looking to the mental side of things, you know, I've been down 0-2 in a best of 5 before, and what does it feel like? Well,
it feels great.
It feels great, right?
For me.
You got nothing to lose. No, it feels great for you. As a player, though, I don't think this changed much mentally for Lowe's because things haven't changed for them yet. They're still so far away from winning. It's still backs against the walls. It's still do or die for them. I think they're in the same exact mental position as they were on Bank, but if they win out on Kafe, goes at 5th and final map of Skyscraper, that's when they might get emotional because now it feels like it's just within their reach.
The difference going into Kafe is that Lowe's confidence has got to be at an all-time high.
Yep.
After winning their first map on the back of heroic moment after heroic moment, Maya having some huge multi-kill rounds, Cameraman with his unbelievable clutch. That puts Lowe's in a position where they now believe their fairy tale could become a reality. W7m forced to sweat for the first time in what feels like a hell of a long tournament. In fact, prior to that map of Bank, the only team that had managed to take a map off of W7m was GK Esports, who did it twice. Now Los has joined that rank, and they're looking for a second.
So, the things we saw on Bank that worked out for Lowe's, they were on their attacking side, always flexing on operators they were playing, you know, really showing they can play all styles of Siege, and they kept W7m guessing as to what defenders to bring out. Right now, Lowe's is starting on the defensive side. What worked for them on Bank was, you know, roaming around the map, in their face, shutting down the entries, and making W7m work for every inch of the map. On Bank, that's very easy because the map is very wide open, but on Kafe, you're fighting window repels, you're fighting hatches on the roof, so they gotta figure out a slightly different game plan that's going to counter W7m because doing it the exact same as Bank is not gonna get you that same result.
Kafe can get a bit claustrophobic on some of these floors, right? And prior to its rework, Consulate was in that same vein. It was a relatively linear map, and most of the criticisms were that engagements were long range but confined to a hallway or two. Now you've got this big vertical skybox that you have to fight against. Every floor is going to be a factor on almost every single bomb site. And the struggle with Kafe has and always will be getting into the map, because there are so many ways that you can get pounced upon by defenders if you don't drone out delivery, if you don't drone out a skylight, if you try to swing through a window and there's somebody sitting in a rack corner inside a bathroom, you are doomed.
Speaking of rack corners, already one player is underneath the red hatch. I'm not sure what Dots is playing at. Is he intending to stay here, hoping that Philippox will open it with the sledge and he will find an early pick? W7m have been very slow approaching the building, which is the right play because Los are so prepared for this. Here comes C4! The timing was just off the C4, just misplaced. And for Loban, he misses his opportunity. Dots has also fallen back now too.
Keep up the pace, right? Like on Bank, get in their face, slow them down, make it problematic for them.
Herds didn't have a great game in the previous map. You have to wonder if that's part of the culprit. He dies first, but KZ has his back, securing the pick onto Dots. As now Dash tries to run through back bar, but doesn't get anywhere for it.
I would say trading 1-for-1 on this map heavily favors defense because of how it is to break apart the bomb site itself. So that initial trade is really good for Lowe's. Then losing Dash shot left on Warden is not great either, but Cameraman, he saves the round maybe once more, but evening it back to a 3v3.
And these Razor Blooms are going to be a factor as well. Though Thorn's pick rate isn't as high as it could be, you can use those Razor Blooms in one of two ways. Number one, combine it with another operator and actually have them do serious damage. Or number two, the way a lot of teams tend to use them, is area denial right here. Philippox immediately needs to reposition. He gets away safely, but the defenders know where he is, and it has forced him out of a comfortable spot, potentially into an engagement that he would lose.
Piano control has not fully been established for W7m. Here comes Nate though, he's snuck deep into bar, and with the castle barricade on the bar backstore, it does protect him somewhat. Loban in an awkward position. I don't think Los have any clue whatsoever, but Maya is in the perfect position. And a second now for Maya. JB92, Maya gets another. Los kickoff Kafe with a dominant round to start, thanks to an insane 3K from Maya.
I honestly think think that was a scenario that W7m were not prepared for. It was such a free plant, right? The bar wasn't broken, the door was cancelled off, there was nowhere to shut down the plant, there was no C4, no verticality, no nothing. But Maya snuck up the long bar and just wins 2 gunfights back to back and basically baited W7m into a plant position where he said, I am the better individual player, I will win this 1v1 and I will take the round.
You go back to the previous map, by the way, that is 6 rounds in a row for Los.
Wow.
They went on quite a run. They were flawless.
Oh my God.
There seems to be something cut out of that sign. I don't know what it was.
There are so many things that you can do with the W7M name. I've seen a lot of creativity from the signs in the crowd. Look down for a second, you will miss it. Do not look down, guys. Do not make that mistake.
What it?
Oh?
L? O?
We're workshopping.
S.
We're workshopping. Yes.
I like that.
Okay.
We'll come back to you and check in on progress later.
I think they were trying to do, was it SSG? I don't know.
No, it was LOS.
LOS.
Oh.
Where have you been for the last 3 hours?
They were chanting SSG 2 maps ago.
And they showed the players in the camera, man. All right.
Oh, no.
Good job, partner.
Again.
Make it about SSG here, shall we?
This is not my fault.
This is so
This is your fault.
This is not my fault.
Can I try something?
You may.
Do you guys miss TSM? Any TSM chance? TSM!
Well, we did get to see Bolo play earlier today, so I guess we'll have to be satisfied with that.
His name was Bolo.tsm.
Exactly.
He has to cling to that world championship now.
It's kind of like someone else in this cast clinging to dreams of the past.
They made Bolo have to do a community cast with King George, so, I mean...
I feel bad for him, man. He downgraded.
I have to pity him a
He's
little
looking
bit.
for us.
King George is currently giving me the middle finger. It's like, it's 2/3 of a normal-sized finger. They are currently live co-streaming.
Yeah, and I think that there is going to be an engagement here, so just turning our attention back to the game for a brief moment. Dash seems to dash away. For a brief moment, he takes some damage, but safe now in reading. Loban reveals his position on the white stairs. This, by the way, is a defense down of kitchen cooking. And Los have already wasted half the round with this roam.
It's just like Bank all over again, right? Extensive roam, with the Solace, find those cameras, shut them down and stall for time. 5 drones killed already, half the round to go. And they're just waiting for the first move here, but the gunfight favors JV.
It's not really a necessary swing for either. I mean, you didn't need to provoke that altercation. It did either way. White stairs still held at the moment by W7m. Philippe Hawks trying to follow up on it.
They're actually so aggressive here. I think all of the defenders are offside,
oh my.
But they've been read perfectly. Loban on his rotation, back cut down. W7m have a very swift reply for Los's opening round.
1 kill separating them from a flawless round. I look like a fool. I said it's hard to get into the building, and W7m said not for us.
The thing is, these rounds are always so different between these 2 teams. It's never really going the expected way, I would say. But I love the roam. I love the fact that W7m, Los, they're sticking to their gun, saying, we're gonna work out this roam, win the round on the roam. But again, it comes down to the game of adaptation. If you know there are 3-4 roamers and you kill the 1 or 2 members on the bomb site, you can just rush it. It's yours for the taking. Get down the diffuser and force the defenders to basically play like an attacking team. They gotta retake the bomb site now instead. And I mean, you see it. You run down the staircase, you just don't win those gunfights.
The thing that really continues to impress me for W7m is how well of a read they always seem to have on Los. That round, for example, Los thought, hey, they're going to fight us on the roam, so let's re-aggress. Let's push more roamers up the brown stairs and see if we can make this a 4 versus 2 on the roam. But it's not going to happen because W7m are so patient. A lot of teams would require 4 versus 4, 5 versus 5, a minute and a half to go to try and make and execute onto kitchen work, but not so for W7m. They've got the read that they know they can expend more time in the mid-round and cut down the roamers from Los, even if that means playing the excessively patient game.
I love this as well. They're just Los are going to play different bomb sites here. We typically see people play this, the mining and dining bomb site when Mirror is open. Mirror is available, but not actually in play. Instead, it's a plant denier from below with the Solace that works like a post, can figure out where the plant is going down, use the impact grenade or primary shotgun to open up the floor and shut it down. Then, The same way they won Bank in that final moment, it's the Echo, more Plant than I. So the defense heavily playing around the clock as a piece of utility. They want to slow down W7m and then deny the Plant on 0 seconds and win the round off that play.
I think this might be a mistake. It's been a really long time before the hatch was opened here by W7m, and it did allow a lot of extra map control. A beeper, does cue Loban to look for some re-aggression and take down Herds, who's been asleep since his reign of terror on map number 2.
That's IQ. Echo all of a sudden could be a massive over in this round. Same with Cameron on the solo, still into the operators. No counterplay now from the side of the attack, and that's going to mean these Yokai Jones can advance up to a more aggressive position.
I mean, look at the lineup from the defenders. Hard-pressed to find a better lineup that a Solus can take advantage, or that an IQ can take advantage of, especially with the Solus. So, a huge loss for W7m early on. Philippe Hawks. He's moving. Now creeping up, Maya on the board to eliminate KZ. Philippe Hawks was searching for Dash earlier, but the Wamaya managed to scoot away. That's cocktail control at the moment. The sledge can go to work to start hammering away at those floors. Not the correct bomb site underneath them, though. It's not reading, it's mining.
Here's information as well from Maya as he sees the roof open up directly above him. Philippe Hawks low on teammates, and as a result, information as well. These vertical lines of sight not likely to find much as W7m, the time continues to slip away for them, and Los can sit back knowing full well that come the final push, they have a slew of options for plant denial. They do not need to over-aggress in this mid-round.
Well, time left. It was pointed out earlier in the round that W7m were maybe dragging their feet a little bit, but the good thing about the mining bomb site is you can vault in the window or rappel in this case and immediately get the diffuser down. All it takes is the 7-second timer. JB watching for Loban, but hold on a second, cameraman is down below. W7m don't necessarily have the time to go fighting him, so he'll have to stay for the time being. But the return to the bomb site for Los works out perfectly. They take the round.
That is a classic example of making it so difficult to problem solve and attack a round on Kafe. You're playing all 3 floors, top, mid, and downstairs. So many different win conditions, so many different tools to use, and you get the IQ shut down early, so the one piece of counterplay in terms of operator lineup disappears instantaneously.
And as soon as that IQ evaporated from the server, you've got Echo, who not only, of course, is great for plant denial in the late round, but for assisting those roamers in the early and mid round, the Echo is the perfect tool. You've got a drone on a defense that can then aggress onto the attackers, support your roamers for re-aggressive moments, which we saw plenty of. You can also get information so you know where not to go, not to expose your lines of sight. What's more, you got the Solus for plant denial from below, but she can also help. Los is riding the bull. They're looking to tame the bulls at the moment.
That's actually amazing.
The Solus as well, just so good as a self-sufficient operator. It was kicked off by Loban taking down Herds, and that man advantage is what set up Los for a dominant rest of the round.
We spent so much time in this matchup talking about W7m's individual gun skill. And for good reason. I mean, we see what Herds does. You don't need to be a top-tier analyst to break that down. We've seen what KZ is capable of. JV92 as well. Even Philippe Hawks and Native had their time in the sun. But outside of Loban, we haven't been able to heap a lot of praise on Los because it's been a relatively even contest. But the whole team has been able to not just compete with W7m, but every team they've come up against. They are no slouch when it comes to gun skill, and we are finally seeing excellent examples of that here on Kafe.
Yeah, really it's a team effort for them, and they're also playing all 4 bomb sites, changing things up because now they've shown everything. So W7m, they got an idea and the feel for how they're gonna start playing out those defensive rounds. So they're gonna keep changing as much as possible, keep them guessing. Now they're going for rat plays, hiding in corners in 2 separate areas, and it's high risk and high reward. But look at W7m, they are so passive outside the building. Just now reached it, and immediately C4 comes out of nowhere. It shuts down Herds. That's Finka off the board.
Herds, a shadow of his form that we saw earlier today on map 2. KZ has to compensate. This bomb site is down and reading. Los flexing their depth on Kafe, taking us to a 4th different bomb site as KZ's nade is sent on through, but caught by the magnet, of course. And W7m are staring down a very difficult task. Here comes a very good nade, though. Dash red to perfection. W7m can equalize the numbers.
You won't be able to do that? anytime soon.
Oh, God.
Sorry, I just had to get
this. Loban's got this. I'm telling you right now. This rat play. You expect one. You check behind the cigar shop. You do not expect a second. But Philippox has gone very deep. Oh, wall bang takes out Maya. The round flipped upon its head. And
you see his face, by the way.
I did not.
Did you see his face?
I wish
it was
I had.
surprise. It was very surprised.
Thing is, the door is cancelled, unfortunately. He can't actually go for the flank, so this rat play pays up. He's got to flank the white hallwings. That's going to take a long time, and he doesn't know there's a drone or an air jab waiting for him.
No rotation. And Loban really struggling for options at the moment. There are so many players on this top floor. There's one, takes him down. Nade shut out. That's hard breach gone. Might not matter on this side, however.
He knows that he's got this piano portion, cigar, completely intact. He'll keep their attention from above. It becomes do or die for W7m. A 3v3 that W7m takes an advantage of with cameraman down for the count. Philippox planting the diffuser as Doc's firing away. 90 is where he gets jumped upon. Now it's all up to Loban. Good enough for one. He'll continue to trudge forward, but it's a game of keep away as now JV repositions and he gets it done.
I really feel like Loban should have gotten more value out of that top floor roam, and there's two ways he could have gotten it. Either trigger discipline, he sees Hibana, instead of shooting instantaneously, walk up that hallway, get in towards that cocktail portion, look for a double kill. It's really, really risky, but if he can make it happen, could basically be the round. The other option, you rip down that castle barricade inside Cigar, and you force another avenue to flank from, but he went for that passive play, dropped down the wide staircase, back towards the bomb site, but you can't really get anywhere from that. Plant is going down, post plant's upstairs. There's no realistic way to win unless it's a massive blunder from the attack inside.
And W7m have tightened up their ship on this map of Kafe. Round by round, it's back and forth. Los, W7m, Los, W7m. Could it be 2 rounds in a row for the attack now? That would be a turning point in this half. Already, we're 2-2. The attackers have essentially hit their path of the course, attacking onto this map. And even when they don't have information, they are so confident to make the first move. Philippox with impeccable game sense as well, in disbelief that he could even find that kill.
I mean, that wall bang literally got them top floor control, and they didn't have to fight for it. No drone was needed, etc. And Kafe, Jack said on the desk, when Brazil plays this map, it's very fast-paced and fun. Whereas in Europe and North America, it can be a bit of a slugfest, right? Very slow rounds, etc. One of the ways that Brazil, they have innovated Kafe, especially top floor attack, comes from the back of Philippox's Grim right now, where you can go on cocktail window rappel, shoot out the Bs, they red ping the defenders, play on the A bomb side, then you can nade them, or go below inside a library, do vertical play, etc. Or if there's no one there, you have that information to make a play off of. So we might just see some of that revolutionized way to play Kafe in this upcoming round.
Nitro cell tossed out by Loban as he'd gone fishing under the hatch, but it doesn't prevail. Sails out, nobody there. Now Herds with the skeleton key to make his own line of sight. Can't get it done. Cameraman dies to KZ. W7m finding life that was missing through most of Bank. Ooh. Not exactly having that much of a difficulty getting into the map.
Really feels like Losa not just going for these rat plays because they think they're in W7m's heads, but they're actually relying on these rat plays. 2 separated roamers on this second floor when the bomb site is up above. It's a very heavy commitment, and I think it might be a bad read from Los. W7m have done a good job of picking apart cameraman, and Dots is in a very awkward position to support his team.
Yeah, they got that down to the attack, so now the Bees can go out, they can do the very but Dots he went unnoticed. No drone found him downstairs.
Loban might have an opportunity as well inside a Cigar. Close to the bomb site, but he's missed it now as it sailed away over towards red.
Oh.
Follows up on the buck. As Herds is looking on a completely different floor. It's been a quick round so far.
Fortune has favored the brave for Los, and that is now Dots down below in Laundry. Philippox is checking every single corner. He will surely check Laundry as well, but it's about winning this close-range gunfight. Damage dealt both ways. Philippox gets it. Now the numbers are even once again.
That's a swing or be swung moment there. And I mean, you have to take those opportunities they present themselves. Kill though for Nade. W7m with the advantage. Just a little under a minute to go.
Yeah, it's looking grim though. Dash for the clutch in a 1v3.
Oh, he knows 2 players are on that window. Does Dash, but he's getting pushed from behind. Trapped in a corner. Like a trapped animal. He is put down, and with that, W7m finally on Kafe have got the lead.
I honestly didn't like that attack from W7m whatsoever. They were very disjointed. I know they won the round, but I looked at a clear game plan. Take down Stealth Control with the Bug and with the finger, nades and the Skeleton Key, clear our cocktail, beast in the window like I mentioned earlier. Oh no. And work off of that. But instead they rotate
Wait, what
around.
team?
Let's leave them to just live in that fantasy land. Gotta say, how confused would you be to be one of the players on stage right now, hearing a team that's been eliminated, chanted in the crowd?
You're playing with the noise cancelling headset. You're like, guys, are they cheering for us or for them? And it's like, I think it's neither. Happens though. I mean, I've been to events before as well, because you can kind of hear the crowd saying if they do it together. You know, when they chant a team, you can say, okay, it's dun dun dun. That's gotta be like SSG or TSM, for example. And you gotta deduct like what they're doing. And sometimes I've sat there and been like, that's not us, and it's not our opponent. So I guess they're just having fun with it.
I'd want to live in fantasy land that it's loss. W7m.
Oh, good luck with that one.
Too many syllables in
W7m. I struggle. When I say their name like 2-3 times in a sentence, my tongue will get tied up on itself. Doesn't like it.
Ayo?
Ayo? Whoa.
Maybe we need to say it the Portuguese way. W7m.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Did you prep that?
I actually asked W7m to teach me how to say Vamos W7m.
Oh.
They did.
Right, now you're just showing off.
I am. We're tight like that.
In Danish, it would be a W7m. It's not very sexy. But Canadian. Oh, wait. Speak English. It's kind of lame.
Yeah, here in America, we just say W7M, brother.
Bro.
You don't want to know what we say down under.
No. I don't even know how you have television when half the words you use sound like swear words. I don't know.
Kitchen bomb site, 4 lows, last round of the half, and there's no doubt this is a very pivotal round for their campaign. And they lose the opening engagement. Cameraman desperate to make good, but he is punished as well. This could be the end of the line for Los. W7m, a 2-player advantage and plenty of time to convert onto the ground floor.
And this is the thing you said, it desperation from Cameraman. Previously on Bank, they didn't make that many desperate plays on the defensive side because they were pretty solid, but now one thing goes the wrong way, dash to 0-5, and someone else, this time Cameraman, feels like he has to make up where his teammate falls short, but the outcome is a 3 versus 5 instead.
It's typical. I mean, teams will try to course correct and they'll tip over. It's like when you know you're paddling and the boat's going in one direction, lean to the other side, you do it too much, you're just going to capsize in the other direction.
That's right?
And if you're a younger team, you're going to commit those mistakes, which Los is. I mean, a team for a year and a half with, yes, a veteran player on it, but he doesn't control everybody on the squad.
No, but he controls himself, and Cameraman has found himself too often in positions where he is succeeding an advantage or a salvageable round. He did not need to overpeak there, and now there's a serious shot for W7m to win this half outright. 4-2 on the unfavored side. As they spiral, another pick is found. Herd's back in form finally, but Maya has been the saving grace for Los. He needs a lot more than the one he has gifted them thus far. Outside the bakery door, KZ looks to meet him, but Maya finds another quick headshot, now peeking again. What is happening? Finally shut down by JV. Loban trapped into a corner. He needs to win his first. Philippok's on the other side with the pistol. 4 rounds for W7m. Inches them closer and closer to a second major trophy.
It's so much hope for Loban in that engagement, especially for Maya before he died, but it's W7m doing what they do best. They hunt you down and they set up for trades. Even when 3 players die to somebody on Los, you've still got 2 more there to trade it out. It is miraculously good play, and it is so fun to watch.
I honestly thought Maya had it. I saw it, the vault through the flick. He had it on lock, but like a few bullets going just a pixel off his target. And that gunfight, unfortunately, becomes his demise. Instead, he leaves 1 man standing. They both run out of ammo. They both go for that secondary. The attack, they were quicker. W7m, they get the better half. 4-2. Now they go on to defense. Hey, yo. And now we get a little bit worried again for Los.
It's plays like this from Maya that give you hope.
Yeah.
Hope that just makes this moment all the more painful. One bullet, it would have been either way. It was such a winnable clutch for Loban. Such a big play for Maya. Close, but no cigar. And now the half has fallen by the wayside for Los. Their defense is in the past. They only conjured 2 rounds in that half. They will have to have an unbelievable attacking side in order to make this comeback happen.
Los moving on to attack. I think we can all agree that this round is hugely important. If W7 goes up 5-2, it sets the stage for what will likely be the inevitable downfall of Los. So for these first 2 attacking rounds, what do Los absolutely need to do?
Well, that's the thing, right? I want them to be flexible on the attacking side, but that means they gotta play multiple rounds in a row. They don't have that time right now, so they come out the gate swinging right now. They gotta get that opening kill, they gotta hold on to the advantage, and they gotta play a disciplined round. Expect aggression, expect them to lash out if they fall in numbers. But right now, it's a utility game. Piano and Cigar, castled off, ADS is on the floor, Aruni gets as well. KC locking it down right now, he has to get cleared first.
Awkward position for him. He has been spotted. He gets away swiftly. Los did not peek. They do not want to give him unnecessary ones, but now he's in a far more favorable defensive position and a far more difficult one to flush out as well. Los have missed their opportunity to make an easy kill out of KZ, and as a result, they will have to go for the more complicated, the more difficult route of clearing him out.
They forced it back, so they bounce to a little bit of map space, you know, that bottom mid drop. And look at Cigar very shortly. Casey's gonna swing in for a drone here, and if they can't really stick around for too long, he's gonna take too much damage from those stingers off of its entry on minibar.
He's constantly being harassed by this drone as it goes out. Oh, KZ thought that he had the read onto Dash. Dash without a kill yet in this match. Loban has snuck his way in. He knows he's got one by pillar. He sees the shoulder. Down goes Philippe Hawks from below. This push can continue to move forward now as Loban guides them on in. Herds inching up. The next one to potentially engage. Safe by the bomb chassis. Cameraman punishing JV92, playing over by White. But Herds gives some staying power to W7m.
His position is revealed though, and he is so exposed he needs to win this fight, but Dots bests him, sits him on down. Maya to pair up to the second. Dash to finalize. Los will not go down without fighting tooth and nail. 3 rounds straight for W7m, but met now with resistance as Los find their first attack of the second half.
And that was the important part right there, to start building that attacking momentum as well as confidence. And I wanted them to change things up, you know, the operators over multiple rounds, they realized they don't got the time. They gotta do it right now. It was a quick one. It started off with just forcing back KC from Piano because they knew all they need, a little bit of cigar control, a little bit of Piano presence, and then the quick 3, 2, 1, go, go, go through that bomb side. They had the numbers, they traded successfully, and it looked like it was gonna be a very difficult round, but they made it look relatively easy.
They did, and it shows how much that opening kill can have a profound impact on the round. Both of these teams are so good at capitalizing on a numbers advantage. And so when Loban found this, thanks to Philippe Hawks getting a little bit too antsy, it meant the round was done.
That's a 3, 2, 1, right? Get the kill, walk in freezer, walk down the long bar. Even if you lose a gunfight somewhere else, a trade will follow shortly after. And this is what I mean. Operator changed the adaptability from Los, just like on Bank. They play util first round. Now they're playing Fink and Nook and the Monty. So a completely different style of round, different pace, and it's gonna force W7 to pick up, you know, what do they want to counter? What kind of operators do they think they're gonna go up against? Because it's attackers with attacker repick, they can change on the fly with the prep-based intel, whereas W7, they gotta stick something every single time, trying to predict what the outcome is going to be.
Took Dash up until that round to get on the board. He had the final kill upstairs in back bar as the rest of the team did most of the legwork. He's playing on Gridlock now, instead will be on Sledge. More killing potential with those nades in hand. Cameraman unsheathing his own grenade, and there goes the castle barricade. So forward KZ is.
Did you guys catch what that was? I did.
He said, what are you aiming at?
Get in his head.
I don't think he can hear.
Not if it's just one guy. Maybe if you all jump in at the same time.
You expect a North American crowd to coordinate more than 2 words?
That one took that personally, man.
Hey, don't boo me!
Yeah. This is your NA rep on this cast, by the way.
Half of the round gone, and 2 things that, for me, you might not have been aware of. Number 1, this round has flown by at this point. Number 2, JV92, 10 kills. It feels like his name has not been on the tip of our tongue. Out of all the players from W7m that he's been putting in work when his team has needed it most.
Yeah, he's been a silent killer in this matchup so far. Definitely flown under the radar, but I'm more curious about Dots right now because Muncie is going to be the front runner for this specific attack with Diffuser in hand. He's going to escort it into the bomb site and try to figure out where that plant position is going to be. But right now, it's Lobin and Lowe's applying phantom pressure, opening windows, opening doors, soft destruction, trying to cut a rotation right now and forcing movement from W7m, but they're standing pretty still.
They brought 8 grenades, by the way.
No, why not? Be explosive.
Especially when W7 are playing such a passive position. Nades are what you need. Dots is getting lots of information, but he needs to win this fight. First takes a bit of damage, but it's not fallen! Maya again is the savior for Los. But the numbers are even. W7m found 2 picks amidst the chaos, and now with 25 seconds to go, KZ's gone for a jog. He's so far from home, but his flank will need to count. Los have mere moments while the line is trapped off site to try and push and dominate this side, but Dots has fallen. KZ on his flank is taken out. Maya called upon again for Los as he starts to force this diffuser down. It's up to Dash to cover. 2 players from W7m searching! Philippox shuts down the plants. And W7m continue their form.
He crossed, timing was not there. Just like, again, a 1 second can define the outcome of these rounds. Muncie fell very early on, didn't get the the diffuser down rather, probably down to the mixture of the Goyo Fire and the Crossfire on the bomb site itself. Casey with a great flank, just applying pressure on the roam, that retake, the verticality to shut things down. And that looked like it was going to be a great round for Lowe's. They got those 2 kills, but you said it, James. They got the 2 trade back in the midst of the chaos, and Muncie wasn't really enabled all that much in that round. It cleared out the Wamai, but it was Maya who got the kill. I want to see more from Dots. I want to see more value from the Muncie, and they're going to try and bring it in another round here, possibly.
One of the hardest challenges that Los have ever found themselves in. Down in a deficit after the first half. Almost clawing that round away from W7m. It would have been an equalizer, but instead, thanks to some... Wow, Philippox denied the plant with the nade from that Monty, and then sprinted past the cover to deny it for a second time. W7m are so close to making history here in Rainbow Six and doing what no other team has dared to do before.
I don't know why the sledge didn't rotate to Freezer, because then you get the cross. There's no way from that angle inside a kitchen that you can reach that without a nitro set, right? And if they're doing their math, they know that it's going to need to be an engagement head-to-head. At that point, you get the cross as they appear around the doorway.
You're right.
It's a favorable angle, but instead, you post up on the bomb chassis, which really only gives you a small window to that door, and that's it.
You're completely right. Small mistake, but, you know, split-second decisions, they're very hard to make every single time in the right order, in the right way. We talked about those, we talked about W7m, but Brazil as a region, in the last 11 Tier 1 events, invitationals, majors, etc., they have won the last 8 out of 11 major events going back from 2021 till current present time. So either of these 2 teams winning, Brazil as a region, they are just the monster of Rainbow Six Siege right now. We're going to Brazil for SI in only a few months in February.
It was TSM, BDS, and G2. The 3 teams that have won majors.
Yep.
TSM and G2 winning 2-6 invitationals. BDS winning the Anshaping major.
Yep.
But I mean, you can win all of the majors, but there's always one that matters more. And if you lose it, TSM wins it, beating that Team Empire squad. G2 beats W7M. You know from your own experience that you can win everything there is to win, but the World Championships of 6 Invitational, that matters the most. W7M can prevail here, but the job will not be done, as they will turn their sights over towards Brazil. First pick of round number 9 goes in favor of W7M. They get Dash off the board.
Oh, hang on a second. What is this run out from KZ? Very ambitious. And while he falls, enough of a distraction was made to bring it back. Loben! What the hell was that? 2 kills with the DMR. Brings it back into the realm of possibility I can't even put words to it. W7M are so close. They can't fumble this 4v2.
I mean, there's a reason why they've been chanting his name. W7M will move to championship points if Cameraman and Loben are unsuccessful. Nate and Philippe Hawks just need to wait. Case just outside of reach of Loben. As he fishes away, missing an opportunity, but the smoke will conceal him for but a moment. Shotgun out in the hands of Philippe Hawks to play that close angle. Time running out! Loben can make this work, but now you need to get to the bomb site. Nade must follow in tow. Loben with just a second or 2 on the clock. Exposed with Cameraman watching. Nade searching for anything, won't find it, he drops. And now a new timer begins. Oh, the Goyle canister will stop Nade's advance, doing so much damage as now he plays away. Still hanging there.
This major belongs to Loben. The crowd fires up. He will need to get his head back into the game. Once again, standing up for his team inside the server, and a well-deserved applause outside.
Did you see what happened? He stood up and he clutched, and his in-ears fell out. He started with them back in, he heard the crowd scream his name, he let them stay on the table, and he took it all in for a sort of 5 seconds to then insert those in-ears to block out the noise.
W7M claim that the crowd being against them does not affect them. But Los, they love it. They love hearing the cheers from the North American fans, getting behind this fairy tale, the biggest underdog story we have seen in a long time. They did it!
That's incredible.
How many rounds did that take you?
Most of Kafe.
Yeah. Thank God for Los winning map 3, because they would not have been able to do that if not. They'd be out in the lobby being like, man, we had such a good idea.
You might be wondering what happened to Hertz here. The round just started. He impact grenaded himself when the round started, trying to break apart the map upstairs. He's gonna playing out this round with half of his health, actually a little bit less than half. That's not a good start.
He's got the shakes. That's the only explanation I can find for that.
Good rush, yeah, that's for sure. Oh.
Philippe Hawks will hear this repel, by the way. At least we assume so. One of the things about LAN environments is that the noise of the crowd can often overpower the softest sounds in games. So something as simple as going on a drone or zapping you with a Twitch drone or zapping utility can be completely unheard if the crowd is roaring.
Just the same, if someone's going for a sneaky flank and the crowd starts going, ooh, you know something's cooking up. You just don't know exactly what it is. Playing the crowd is certainly a part of Siege. We've seen it with cooking grenades downstairs and look at the floor. The crowd reacts. Likeliness of the player being there is very high.
Man of the previous round now, taking up space atop of red stairs. Loben's drone seemed to be thwarted by a mute jammer, so he took matters into his own hands. Now, the drone will go down through pillars and a regular drone coming out. A lot of information to be had. Though, with half of the round to go, Los has lost most of those drones. That is a troubling prospect when it's a 5v5.
Yeah, and time is an issue, right? We gotta get inside the building, surely. And there's none of these, like, bomb site breaking operators, no Ying, no Capital, no Blitz, no rushes possible. So, with the nade being caught by an ADS, it's gonna shut down one of the few ways they have to get these opening kills.
Like a drones, dots, peaks for information. Goes deep into Piano. He's testing the waters here. Who's playing on these lines of sight? Flashes will need to enable an entry. Oh, but a bad flash! It cost Dots his life. Thankfully, Maya is there for the trade. 12 kills to his name, and Herds has gone down. Lopen will fall in response.
Reloading, cover me.
Back equal again in the 3 versus 3, but as long as Maya survives, there is hope still alive for Los.
Unbelievable play from these two players on Los at the moment. Willing their team in, and with Herds bleeding out, the 3v3 at the top is not accurate at all. JV92 has been unbelievable so far on this map. He gets the read on it, a close engagement, dropping Maya. That's case down as well. Herds still leading out. Missed opportunity. Cameraman slaughtered by JV92. W7m on championship point.
JV the anchor. You keep that man on the bottom side and it will never fall. Cameraman made a, I hate to say it, mistake of an amateur, sprinting in the 1v1. Sure, time was slow, but we're talking 12 seconds left, not 2 seconds left. You got the time to ADS to clear out those ankles, because if you don't win that gunfight, it doesn't matter in the end. You can't plan afterwards. And now Los in is a situation again where they call a very late tactical timeout. This time it makes sense because things were going well for them, but now they truly have no more parachutes, no ways back. They just gotta win the next 2 rounds, go into overtime with a clear head, and try and take it in OT.
Way back on Consulate, the very first map of this grand final. Los were down 6-4, and they took their tactical timeout, immediately losing the next round. Could the pattern continue here? W7m know what to do when the momentum is on their favor. They know what to do when their opponent takes a tactical timeout, when their match point is so close. They will not crumble under this pressure. The onus sits on Los's shoulders.
Small mistakes like that really add up, and they are only amplified when the pressure on you gets even bigger. A team like Los, as inexperienced as they are, but as talented as they are, find themselves in a position that only a week ago might have seemed absurd. But time and time again, they have proven to us, and to more importantly themselves, why they deserve to be here.
And also W7m, every single kill they do right now, every point of damage, it's gonna make them one step closer to a back-to-back major championship. The players are going to feel so many emotions with every kill that happens from their side, all the way down to that final one. But they're not gonna let go until the very end. This is a dream come true for W7m to get this round, to create a world record with a back-to-back major championship, and to put the word dynasty back into our world, something that we've not said for a very long time what realistic means. But W7m certainly are dynasty capable.
I hate to use that word because it almost feels like we're jinxing it, if you believe in superstitions. But if there's a team who warrants it, it's W7m. The question that was asked back in the G2 days, when it seemed like all the regions were getting to a relatively stable level and parity was across most of competitive Rainbow Six, people said, will we see another team like G2 again? And the answer for most people was no. We didn't expect that. But when you take players who are perfect or as close to perfect as you can get in their roles, and you put them together, and you get a team like W7m, then the answer becomes, yes, we actually could see it, and we might just be a round away from witnessing it.
And after being runners-up at the Six Invitational, they lost their IGL Volps, right, over to Team Liquid. True. They lost Julio to go and become a coach. And yet they could still come back. They could pick up Felipox, who is one of the most experienced players in the game, who has yet to find a chance to really fight for a championship.
Los, they're bringing out the Monty again. I'm sorry, because normally I'm a huge Monty enjoyer, but it has not worked out for them in this best of 5 so far. But it has to work right now. Minute and 20 seconds left. Self-destruction going out. But KC and W7m, they get the opening kill.
And that's Loven. What bigger a target other than maybe Maya could you find in a critical round?
It's intense. Nades are going out. They got to deal with this Kite Claw first to get the hatch open up. And the first nade missed, and the second one almost did as well. But the hatch will get opened. One man down. I want to see Dots doing something successfully, but the second claw went out as well. The hatch will be denied. They cannot get it open up right now. They're going to be scrambling for time and scrambling for map control.
The Monty experiment is going to be the big deal. Have they cleared out the pathway forward for the Mountain to continue to take up space and give Los a fighting chance?
Oh, here he is. Dots has made Hurts pay. Maya looks for another one. Los have a real shot. With Maya moving forward once again, he is the best player for his squad. Another kill for Maya! KZ shut down in the 4v2. 4 versus 1! Nade against the world, with Los forcing down the diffuser. W7m find the first pick they need to make this miracle happen. But it's so unlikely now for Nade. The Monty facing him now, forcing him back, and pushing Los to another chance, another hope to make this a reality. And there's the final one, the final nail in the coffin. One more round is all Los need to push us to overtime.
That's exactly what Maya did there as well. He went to his teams left and right. One more. They are living what we call the soldier's minute. When the current moment is the only thing that matters. In this case, it's 3 minutes. Because 3 more minutes will decide overtime for Los or championship for W7m. They held their nerve in that attack around despite losing a member early on. They still fought all the way to the very end. We see their player cams, very vocal player here, Maya and cameraman discussing what the approach is going to be.
Nick, you wondered whether that Monty experiment would work, and it did. Dots unshielding and a first bullet hipfire headshot together with his team. And guess who stepped up? It's Maya. It always seems to be Maya. This guy's on 15 kills, for goodness sake, and we haven't even hit 12 rounds.
Well, that's cheating. Because we are in the 12th round.
We are technically hitting 12 rounds now, Mr. Pedantic.
Okay. Half of our job is pedantry.
And
we talked about this last night on the way to dinner. You know, do you consider Los the same team as Team 1 because nobody was on the squad?
Oh God, let's not open that debacle. I'll have a very heated conversation with Jesse about that.
He'll probably win, though.
I probably will, I think.
You think so?
Jesse will give up.
Exactly.
Jesse refuses to give up.
Carter refuses to give up.
Also true.
Maybe that's the defining quality of...
Did you see that SSG found Carter and shaved his head?
I did see that.
You know, speaking of not giving up, I gotta give credit to Los. No matter the result of this round, they looked like they might have just been out of it after the first map, but they fought their way back, never surrendering, clutching up in individual rounds, 1v1s, 1v2s, etc. They have really fought so hard to be here, and I want to see them go into overtime. I want to see them take it all the way here on this map, at the very least.
And if Los do push it to overtime, it feels inevitable that that OT will be in their favor. It feels inevitable that W7m will have the pressure on their shoulders to try and stave off forcing to a map 5.
Exactly that.
And the roof will blow off this place if we go to OT. And then a potential 5th map in Skyscraper to send us home. But we are not there yet.
Oh no! They thrown so many of the traps, but not that one specifically. No drone check. The Dots on Monty now, this time more vulnerable on the ace. He falls early, but this happened last round as well, and it didn't mean the round was over for Los.
Yeah, I mean, you can go down by 1, you can go down by 2, but stick to the plan, approach this site. You've lost the ace. I mean, I think that's the bigger issue at this point.
They lost the heart breach for the heads inside a train. Now they're going to sit back, but they got the Solas, they got the Maestro, they got 2 C4s in pocket as well. It's going to be utility round, just like Los did themselves on this exact same bomb site about 5 rounds ago.
Smokes in pocket for Loban as well to conceal the Twitch as he moves forward. The gun in hand will hit like a truck. Loban waiting for the potential flank. There's track stingers there as well. Info inside of the bomb site that will need to be dealt with, or else Los will be under watch as the objective comes in. Final 30 seconds unfolding.
and KZ opens for W7M. This is the desperation that we have seen from Los time and time again. W7M in a 4 versus 2. And all they need to do is wait. JV finds one. Maya against the world, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil. The region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
There's very little in this game that feels inevitable. I said G2 in Montreal felt inevitable, but for the foreseeable future, I think it's fair to say W7M at any event will feel inevitable. Yes, Los gave them a hard time, but ultimately it was just one map that Los won.
Yeah.
W7M steamrolled the competition, and really, though there was some doubt, was there ever any real doubt?
The crazy thing is, W7m didn't just build up by, making a major event, getting into quarters, then to semis. No, they came out of literally nowhere. Charlotte, they had some easy issues, played online on high ping. Still, team said that the best team they played against basically ever. And then all it took was all 5 players going to LAN and just lifting trophies, making, finals, and qualifying for the future SI as well, just after previously going to the Invitationals finals against G2.
It felt like 2022 was the year for W7M. They made every major, and going into SI, they looked like the best team in the world. They lost it heartbreakingly in that grand final. Then they lose 2 of their best players. They rebuild. They do not care what people say. They do not care if the crowd is against them. They are the best team in the world right now, and nobody can question that. Only one thing yet remains for W7M, and that's to win the Hammer in their home country.
They're gonna have an opportunity to do just that in February. The question is, what will it take to topple W7M? That answer will not come today. Champions yet again. Let's toss to the desk to break down that thrilling grand final.
That's it. We're all said and done. For the first time ever in Rainbow Six history, we have a 2-time back-to-back major champion. It's W7M. There genuinely isn't much left to say at this point. Pure domination. They did a good job.
Jacob, they did it in Copenhagen. They've done it in Atlanta. The best team in the world will have one hell of a target headed into Sao Paulo. But for today, they are champions.
They're the best players, with the best coach and the best support staff and the best attitudes. And that's why they are the best team in the world. Right now, undisputed. What a team.
For one final time, let's throw it to Ian Chambers on stage.
Making history in esports is a rare opportunity, but it's one these Brazilians have taken, and they will go down in the history books forever. Please step forward. The first ever 2-time back-to-back, your Blast R6 Atlanta Major Champions, W7M!